Hello, good afternoon and welcome to Friday here at the Modus Super Series, a double session of darting delights coming your way. There's been a real buzz around this competition this week and yesterday showed us why. What a start to the Group C action.
Well, we've seen him try the blind 180 in his previous match, and this time double 18 on the 72.
Great finish. Great win.
Yes, you beauty!
Remarkable. Now he wants the ball. Then he gets the ball. Coleman clinches the leg.
It is no even consideration of the treble. What a way to win the game.
That does improve this match.
Well, who will qualify? That is the question, and it is going to be a bit of a grandstand finish to this group. Glenn Durrant was alongside me yesterday, back again today, and I think you've got a taste for it because it was really, really sweet stuff yesterday.
Yeah, of course, the interest in Ashley Coleman is something that's quite new to me. A sort of a different audience was watching it yesterday, but of course, that highlight and many highlights, the 9-darter was just unbelievable to watch live.
Yeah, well, there's a few players to talk about. We'll talk about Ashley in a moment, but I want to start with Jared Cole. You've mentioned that 9-darter. Up and down day, really, for Jared, wasn't it, yesterday?
I think was the word I used was inconsistent, and I think I even got criticised a little bit about how can he say he's inconsistent with finishes like that, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and that treble 19 was not sat pretty there, but to then bounce back and produce a leg of darts like this. And yeah, I think in the commentary roundabout now we were talking about how up and down Jared Cole can be, despite the fact in this game he was leading 3-0, and this was a beautiful moment. Just so sweet underneath that treble. And as he said, clean as a whistle at double 12, and what a feeling it is to hit the perfect 9-darter, and to do it on that stage as well. You couldn't take the smile off his face, and I think Michael Begoy played his part as well. Big hugs all round. It was a super moment.
He has got a bit of a mountain to climb though, hasn't he, Jared Cole? I'll see if we can get an early look at the league table, because he has got a real hill to scale. 4 points adrift of Warburton, Coleman and Greg Richie. However, they're going to play each other, so it's more like a 6-point gap, that, isn't it?
Yeah, clearly he's got to go 5 out of 5. I think he said he needs 4 out of 5 and things to go his way. I think even 5 out of 5, because he's got 3 players up there. He can expect one of them maybe to dip off today. It's going to be a tough ask for Jared Cole, and you know that will sort of disappoint him. For me, it's 2 out of them top 3.
Jong and Begoy definitely gone.
Yeah, they didn't show me anything. Max looked really deflated. When he came into the venue today, I was just sort of looking at him. It's his last day for him, and that might re-energise. Michael Begoy's played with a smile on his face, but I just don't think he's had that quality to match the rest of the players.
Right, what about the man that has driven a lot more views on our YouTube channel? Are you now a fully signed up subscriber to the Ashley Coleman fan club?
Yes, I am. And I say that with absolute honesty, because he came across as, is he going to be brash? You know, he's very open about his ADHD, was the first thing he said to me. But it's the pace he plays at, and the way he was pinging those doubles there against this match with Greg Richie was one of the Modus classics. 7 minutes, 30 seconds, 5 legs of darts. One game I will never forget was a beauty.
Yeah, and the average as well was astronomical from Ashley Coleman. 104, as you can see, against the man who was the best player in the group, really.
Man of the match for me yesterday, Greg Richie. Opened quite slowly. It was a scrappy, slow burn of a win against Max de Jong. After telling me he's in the form of his life, I raised my eyebrows at that stage, but God, he really kicked in after that. 3 averages, round about the 97 mark. He was very, very impressive.
Yeah, and he remains the man to beat. Out of everyone, we saw a high ceiling from, well, Coleman, but it was a consistency, wasn't it? The constant high standard from Richie.
And he demonstrated the qualities as well that can win a Saturday night, that explosiveness as well. You know, not so just good on the treble 20, but he was fine. His board management was something that we talked about as well. And this was a big win against Mike Warburton, who himself had 4 wins out of 5, but Greg Richie was a real star yesterday.
And let's talk about him, because Coleman and Richie had that 4 out of 5 record. Coleman explosive at times, Richie consistent. Mike Warburton, well, what's the word to sum up how he played yesterday?
Well, it was a charmed life, wasn't it? I did chat with him, and I don't think he appreciates the fact I'm going on the comms and saying he is suffering. He's got a bit of sciatica, and I can see in his legs when he was walking yesterday. I said, is he slowing the pace down? And then I realised, you know, he is suffering up there. He never told the players in the backstage, in the practice area. He didn't really want to talk to me about it last night. And I think that's the calibre of the man, the characteristics that he shows. No excuses from him. He's hurting up there, but winning ugly.
Winning ugly, but of course if he can play his real game today, then he must be a shoo-in for Saturday.
Well, I seen him this morning. How you feeling? Absolutely fine, does he? So that was his response probably. I don't know how he's feeling, but he's one of those players that knows how to win at the Modus Super Series, and I think when he looks back at them 4 wins yesterday, you know, he might have just got away with one because he only averaged in his mid-70s for the day, and to win 4 out of 5, did he get away with it?
Yeah, 3 players tied on 8 points, and let's see how the bookies see it in terms of who will win this group. And Warburton is the favourite, despite that level produced by Greg Richie yesterday. Ashley Coleman into 5-2. Jared Cole, who was the favourite, out to 25-1, and Michael Begoy 80-1. Max de Jong 200-1. For those who don't understand gambling, that means if you put £1 on Max de Jong, you will lose £1. Right then, if you are going to have a bet, please do so responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling, and of course it is 18+. Let's get your final predictions.
Oh, Greg Richie for me, and I would love, I'm sharing a room with Mike Warburton, I've got to say him, but wouldn't it be fantastic for Saturday night for Ashley Coleman to be here? So Richie's been outstanding so far, and Coleman to surprise everyone, and let's get everyone here on Saturday night.
Yeah, well, let's see the darts and do the talking, but before that, Glenn did have a little chat with Greg Richie ahead of his opening match, and here's what he had to say.
Well, good morning to Greg Richie. This time yesterday, Greg, I asked you the question, what type of form are you in, which you replied, the form of my life. You weren't lying, were you?
It went quite well yesterday. I kind of expected it to, but the first game was a bit nervy. But apart from that, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was a ropey first start, but 3 averages over 97. I mean, you must have been absolutely delighted where your game is right now.
I was happy with the last 3 games, especially. Even with 1 defeat to Ashley, he played really well. The first game was nervy, but after that, pretty good.
I'm going to come to Ashley in a second because that was an unbelievable game, but it's looking like 2 qualifiers from 3. What's the plan of attack today? You open the show against Michael Begoy.
Win every game, hopefully. But that's the plan. That's the plan. Different day though.
And I've got to touch on Ashley Coleman. I don't think I've ever seen interest like. What was your thoughts on his progress throughout the day? What was he like backstage?
He played really well. I think he was a bit nervous in his first game, like myself. But after that, he went mad. I think he said our game took 7 minutes or something. He's just so quick.
Yeah, it was incredible pace. 2 players playing absolutely unbelievable. Give me the 2 qualifiers today, Greg.
Oof. Myself and Mike Warburton.
Well, you were my player of the match yesterday. Good luck today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, under the radar brilliance from Greg Richie. We didn't talk about him much before the group got underway, but we're going to be talking about him plenty today, and maybe talking to him again at the end of the day, because he could well be through to finals night. He's in a very, very strong position to get there. Greg Richie, the Musselburgh man, age 29, former participant at the UK Open, and in the opening match of the session he takes on the Burger Boy, Michael Begoy, who has had a decent opening week. It looks like it will be coming to an end here on Friday for the Burger Boy. That's the last one I'll do. But Glenn, it seems like Greg is pretty confident and he's got every reason to be.
Yeah, I think one defence I can say for Michael Begoy is that the worst game of the day by a long stretch was Greg Richie's first one. And that word expectation kicks in now. I think pretty much everyone's thinking it's Greg Richie and one other to qualify. And that can put added pressure on, but he's the type of player who seems full of confidence. But Michael Begoy is better than what he's demonstrated this week. He has showed flashes of what he can do. Plays with a real smile on his face. And this is certainly not a gimme for Richie. It's about staying really focused and concentrated on the job and not looking too far. I think it's worked very nicely here for Richie that it can go on first and go clear.
80.
And how many times have we seen where we've already given a player 2 points
60.
at the Modus Super Series? And Michael Begoy, not a title he'll want to use, but he could play that spoiler role. Any victory over these top 3 today can do the others.
170.
But it's in the hands of Richie, and with darts like that, he'll take some stopping.
Yeah, very, very strong performance
41.
in this group. And I think it's worth saying as well, you know, both these players came through the ADC qualifiers, and both have given good accounts of themselves. We've seen many an ADC qualifier force themselves into being a permanent invite to the Super Series. So if you're a decent standard player, maybe haven't been invited, get yourself to those ADC qualifiers, because if you can get your foot in the door at the Super Series and perform, it is noticed, and an invite may be yours afterwards. It could be the start of regular appearances, and you could be doing stuff like Greg Richie has been doing in this group.
113.
I know I'm an old man these days, but I've been fascinated with the interest of Ashley Coleman. Already the numbers watching today are above average. They'll be excited. He's up next against Jared Cole as well, so it's a big day for Ashley. As Greg Richie looks at this double 10, starts nicely. Like I say, it's in his hands, remember. He can make a statement and be that first player onto double figures, and when you go back to that players area, it is a real motivational boost. And you're saying to Ashley Coleman and you're saying to Mike Warburton, job done. Over to you now.
81.
Well, we'll talk more about Ashley Coleman, I'm sure, as the day progresses. He's going to be in that race for a long time, but he plays Jared Cole in his first match. Do you think that Jared Cole has to win that first match to stay in the race?
I think Jared Cole has to win 5 out of 5 today. He talked yesterday about 4 out of 5 and then relying on others. I think he has to set that target of 14 points.
140.
And just leave it in his own. And Jared Cole is capable of that. He's at times yesterday he looked the best player here, and at times
57.
he had that inconsistency. And for someone like Ashley Coleman, he plays 3 times in the first 7 games today. So sometimes it's about how it falls.
100.
So lots of if, buts and maybes here with Group C, but it was a brilliant day. Yes, I thoroughly enjoyed this group.
Oh,
120.
Only 120 for Greg Richie. He's too good. His grouping was so close that the board just wouldn't take 3 darts in the same spot.
Yeah, the chat room was alive
44.
yesterday, and that was one of the questions about grouping as well. Replication equals consistency. Consistency's been the key for Greg Richie. He has that incredible
96.
talent of being
Michael
such a big
Carr,
scorer.
136.
And the confidence he seems to have at the moment. He looks like hitting a double at will.
Yeah, please feel free to ask any
96.
questions, post your
Greg
comments,
Carr,
keep them
88.
positive and clean. And we're happy to engage with the chat room on YouTube. Plenty of praise for that
Green shot on
checkout.
the
Greg
second
Richie
leg.
cleaning
Greg
up
Richie.
88.
Yeah, decent start from Begoy, but second
leg,
best
Greg
once
to
again.
first.
He's sat on
Game
top. You expect to go back when you see it up on 88. It's a real 50-50. Second one, it's the wire. Just the kind of phase that Greg Richie's going through in this
82.
qualification. The double 40 just creeps in.
Well, I'm going to go full on Paul Nicholson here and ask a ridiculous question, Glenn. Sorry, Paul. But this is the type of thing you would ask now, because Michael Begoy is
97.
nicknamed Burger Boy. So if every one of the players in this group was a burger, which burger would they be?
That's a cracking question. Has that come from you or the chat room?
101.
That's come from the depths of my mind. I think I'm going to go first. I'll say Ashley Coleman. He'd be like a zinger burger, wouldn't he?
Well, after the 9 darter
96.
yesterday for Jared Cole, I'm going to say he's the Chicken Royale.
Oh, very good. Very good. Can tell we know our burgers. Greg Richie, I think he'd just be the sort of
140.
double quarter pounder, consistently good.
And I think I'll go with Mike Warburton having
45.
layers, so I'm going to go for a triple cheesy. I'm absolutely starving now. Can we change the subject?
What about Paul Higgs, the referee?
138.
I'm going to go for a Michelin star. Gruyere cheese, Wagyu beef,
59.
Oh,
and the finest beef burger ever made.
With
Tops for Richie.
with gravy.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Well,
Greg
different
Richie.
gravy darts from Greg Richie at the moment, and Michael Begoy clapping along.
Fourth leg, Michael through first. Game on.
Yeah, like I said, 3 averages in his last 4 games yesterday, around about the 97 mark. And when you start a new day, remember, he'll probably been thinking to himself, yes, it didn't start very
100.
well, but look at that average on the left there, 98.02. Tough for anyone to beat.
Yeah, certainly. is, and he's playing at this standard throughout this group. This is going to be the emergence of a real contender come Saturday night, should he get there. Some questions in the chat room. Has Glenn Durrant played at the Super Series before? Yes, he has, but he did ask us to delete the footage.
125.
Well, I went on the stage anyway, let's just say that. Right, move on.
93.
What sort of burger would you be, Glenn?
$54.
Can't answer, can you? I think he'd be the basic hamburger, no frills.
The ones out the tin are like, yeah, with the with the beans and sausage with it, yeah.
No one would order it, but you'd enjoy it when you had it.
I'm trying to see if that's a compliment, and I'm just working that one out. But
right, we'll stop that now, because the chat room are saying that they're being made hungry as well. Well, never mind the burger. What about the bagel here for Greg Richie?
43.
He was looking good to get on the board there, Michael, but his reaction there tells you. But Richie's just gone a bit quiet. We did show up the beginning of this leg. He was averaging over 98.
44.
That average already has dipped to 90 now, so his concentration levels need to get back to where they once were. And a chance here to end that bagel chat.
95.
Next up, Ashley Coleman and Jared Cole. Will it be the end of this leg, or is there more legs
41.
in this match?
Michael Carr,
Begoy
84.
trying to ensure there is.
Doesn't need to go 14 bull again, making the decisions when he's up there. I always feel as a dart player you should be doing that as you walk into the hockey.
52.
Strange old way to go. He gets there in the end.
He got there. I think he's realised what he did there. Treble 20 would have left him double 2, but he's tidied it up.
129.
Pressure
Michael
on.
Carr, 32.
Double 16. First attempt at double of the day for Michael Begoy. Double 8.
$16.
And I think that all stems from
77.
that strange one. You can see the reaction. He's a good guy, Michael Begoy. But this guy has shown real quality. And it's tops for the match.
57. Michael Carr, 16.
So another go. Oh, Begoy will be gone.
12. Greg Carr, 20.
Concentration levels. Keep it simple. Greg Richie. This is a little bit awkward. Now, he does play from the left-hand side of the hockey, so he's going right across. Dare I say, this is almost impossible, but you can just see the top part of that double 10. And he's playing
Game
that
show
well.
of the match,
What a
Greg
dart that
Richie.
is, Greg Richie. And what a start from the Scotchman. 4-0. Big victory over Michael Begoy, who has his trials and tribulations. They continue for day 5 for him, but he was dominant throughout, was Greg Richie, averaging just shy of 100 for a lot of that. But he gets over the line 4-0. And he says to Ashley Coleman, follow that. Well, Ashley's up next against a 9-dart king, Jared Cole. Don't miss that one.
On we go then, and it is time for another dose of that man, the Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman, who had a great debut day yesterday, 4 wins from 5, but it was this man who stole the limelight with a perfect leg. Jared Cole hitting the 10th 9-dart finish under the Super Series lights. It was an absolutely sensational moment, but it was really an oasis of excellence amongst a desert of difficulty for Jared Cole, because he only managed to win 2 matches in Group C on Thursday, and his opponent here is looking to join Greg Richie in making it 5 out of 6. What an impact he's made in many ways here at the Super Series. A lot of buzz about him, a lot of concerns that maybe he was a bit of a social media star who couldn't really sort of live with the Super Series standard, but he let his darts do the talking, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. And we chatted about what a good person he is. I mean, a lot of the information I was getting is that he's got a heart of gold to do anything for anybody. Refereed by Paul Hinks, the legend. And I just thought it was an interesting game, this one, the dynamics yesterday. It was on the back of Ashley Coleman's best performance, 104 average in a stunning game with Greg Richie, which we'll talk about today. And he had a 4-1 victory over Jared Cole, who's an established player. Yes, he's a young man, but he's done an awful lot in the game, and I really fancied Jared Cole to burst the bubble of Ashley Coleman, and it was a good victory for Ashley, and I thought it was the perfect opening game for Greg Richie today, where it's a difficult start for Ashley Coleman. He's got 3 games in the first 7, and all of them tough.
Well, Glenn just mentioned the referee, Paul Hinks. Just a little pointer. You might as well, if you are here, subscribe to the YouTube channel, because there will be an in-depth interview with Paul Hinks going out tomorrow on Saturday. Paul Hinks speaking out about all things darts, the highlights of his career. He was asked who the troublesome players were on the stage. Myself and Glenn sat with him, a really good interview, and about how it all ended at the PDC as well, and what he's doing now. That will premiere on Saturday here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, so just make sure you click that subscribe button and you will not miss it.
Great start from Jared Cole. He's tops for a 14-darter. I like that, just taking his time. Getting his sighter for double 10. 75. You just sense that Jared Cole has to be perfect today. He's searching for the 5 wins out of 5. Treble 17 this shot.
Just looks like a man on a mission, Jared Cole, to me. 82. He's got that air about him. I'm going to come and win all 5. I'm not going to let anybody stand in my way. I know what I can do. You all saw what I can do. Double 2.
8.
This was the Achilles heel yesterday, wasn't it? Chasing doubles around too often.
No such problems for Ashley Coleman. No reaction whatsoever to Rice's smile there from Jared Cole, but I think that just sort of typifies Jared. Incredible player, incredible talent. But the missed dart to the double, and what a turnaround in this game. Ashley finds that double, and then a couple of treble 20s along with a bounce out, and it's advantage Coleman.
Yeah, he was dishing out punishment yesterday. When players were missing, he was hitting. That's why he managed to pick up 4 wins. Ashley Coleman.
I think my funniest moment yesterday was, I've just been watching the setup of the ADC in Middlesbrough, and obviously a big part of that as a good friend of mine, Carl Coleman. I think my favourite social media post yesterday was, "Hello Carl, are you the father of Ashley Coleman?" I think he's 2 years older than him.
100.
Jared Cole looking to try and leave the 170 here. Won't happen.
59.
Yeah, good moments here for Ashley. 6 darts and 186. Sensible play using the 18s.
126.
Once again, an outstanding setup to leave a 2-darter.
No, 60 90. Is actually the 6th most common checkout at the Modus Super Series. There are 5 other checkouts that are taken out
40
more frequently than 60, and they're all doubles. 60 is taken out more than double 12, for example.
Oh, I'm amazed that 25 isn't the top non-single double one.
60. Asuka 20.
Well, it was missed out at a double in the first leg from Jared Cole.
Game
No such
shot on
problems
the
for
second
Ashley
leg.
Coleman.
Ashley
And in
Coleman.
rapid time, once again, he leads 2-0.
And by the way, the checkout that he did
Third
take
leg
out,
started
20, is the
first.
second
Game on.
most common checkout. 40 the first, then 20.
Well, I'd have lost money. I'd have said double 16 would be number 1.
60.
That's 3, double 8, and 16 and 36 are the top 5.
I mean, joking aside, I have
60.
a practice routine as well based on the most hit doubles. I never often would practice on a double 15, double 13, double 5. And I have a game that I call 40, 36, 32, 24, 20, 16, 8, 4. And it's because of the repetition of times that you're going to be left with that double.
57. 60.
It's a little bit easy so far for Ash Coleman. The first leg, I think Jared Cole had the air of authority. Looked like a man who was going to go
1
and
out of them 40.
do great things. And then suddenly, those 4 missed start at double, it just all seemed to drain out of him, didn't it? You could see his reaction after Coleman took the opening leg. And I think suddenly he's gone from, I'm going to take this by the scruff of the neck, to,
133.
oh, it's going to be that kind of day again.
And like I said, I think Coleman has got Jared Cole at the worst possible time. And if Jared Cole was to lose this game,
140.
that
Jared Cole,
fight and intensity
114.
that's inside him right now, because he knows he can still qualify, maybe that'll be the benefit to the others. Or does he put too much pressure on himself? I'm fascinated with
58.
Jared. I sort of
Asuka,
chat about his game,
104.
and he's interested in my thoughts a little bit, but he's going to get a dart E for 3-0.
84. Jared Cole 56.
So 56 for Jared Cole to cling on to contention. Maybe not just in this match, also in this group. Wow, wow. Well, that is the ultimate happy accident. Double-double, inadvertently,
Game
and he
shot on the
does
third
manage
leg.
to
Jared
clean it
Cole.
up.
Like you see, the shake of the head there, because
Both like Ashley
it's
just
one of
went
those
first,
finishes
game
where
on.
he's actually disgusted himself. It's a big target, of course, the 16 of the 8. To hit the double 16, the double tops was
58.
wild. You could see Ashley Coleman itching to get to the board. However, that double 10 could be really important for Jared Cole. Not the start he wanted, but he's in there.
43.
Chance here for Coleman. Power scoring needed.
58.
Just taking his time now is Jared Cole. Realising the situation now. He's got away with one in the last leg.
125.
First difficult moments for Ashley Coleman in this match.
58.
He's effectively lost the throw here. Remember, this would be for a break for Jared.
You've got one player who's got a little bit of insurance, the other one who really is
11.
tiptoeing across the tungsten tightrope and has no safety net. Jared Cole might be nicknamed
100.
the king of the castle, but he may well find himself floating around in the moat if he loses this game.
58.
Yeah, it could be a long day for Jared Cole, because I suppose that plays there some of the calibre of there, but this is good stuff.
1 out of them 40.
One thing I have become since yesterday is a fan of Ashley Coleman. I've started following him on social media as well, and yeah, he's really exceeded my expectations.
85.
Yeah, I think a few people
87.
kind of criticised the selection, saying, well, he's only in because he's a social media star, but he can play darts, can't he?
31.
Well, if you look at his results of Q skill, done absolutely mighty fine. Not an ideal set-up play there, but he's left a 2-darter. He mustn't panic in this situation here. If you said to him before this
103.
leg started, you're going to get 2
Ashley
darts
Cole,
at tops or
56.
double 18, he'll take it. Can he execute? However, got away with
Game
one
shot on
there.
the fourth
Beautiful
leg.
finish. And
Ashley
look at the
Coleman.
pace as he gets that dive. And no reaction when he hit the big 8. That's all part of the characteristics that you need.
This leg,
There was
Jill
no
is the
standing
first,
back,
game
no
on.
shaking head. He's got a lot of positives about Ashley Coleman, and this is looking good. Difficult times for Jared Cole now.
85.
Well, if he loses this match by losing one of the next 3 legs, then Jared Cole will find himself 6 points
85.
adrift of 2 players. And Mike Warburton plays the next game against Max de Jong. If he wins that, it'll be 6 points adrift for 3 players. I think you'd have to say, Glenn, that he'd be pretty much out.
60.
Yeah, he felt at 4 out of 5 yesterday, but maybe the loss would have been against, as we mentioned, one of the bottom players.
60.
I just felt he had to win 5 out of 5. It's the fact that there's 3 above, and remember that situation in Group C where it's only 2 qualifying from the 6 as well. So
58.
He was asked yesterday,
100.
wasn't he, Jared Cole, about that 9-darter, and he actually said he wished he hadn't hit it. He wanted the points, not the perfection.
And I said in a week's time, that'll be out the window. You've got to enjoy those very,
53.
very special moments, and that's what it was, a magic moment here at the Super Series.
And I've suggested that this could be the week where we get another one.
42.
And Connor Scott almost produced something very special last night. He went 180, 171, and then went for 3 bullseyes for the 9-darter.
180.
I mean, I'm assuming he went for 3 bullseyes. He didn't get near the first, did he? So I'm pretty confident he would have stayed there had he hit it.
Jared Dukar, 65.
Yeah, scores of 60, 58, 53 were difficult times for Jared Cole, but that 180 is given prime position here.
25. Ashley Dukar, 129.
Awkward little finish here for Ashley Coleman, but it would be a way to win the match. Treble 20. Not found.
64. Jared Dukar, 40.
Well, 1 from 7 on the outer ring. Wow.
Well, if
14.
that had gone, I mean, credit to how quick he was
65.
counting there. He beat me to that. Jared Cole. 35 remaining for Ashley Coleman. But all at sea there, Jared Cole.
33.
Is he about to be seeing
Jared
off?
Dukar, 26.
I'm not really sure what's in the mind of Jared Cole. Does he go 10-8? I think it's all frazzled. This is not the start he wanted.
Getting shot on the 5th leg. Jared
But
Cole.
that was a breaker throw. No, it wasn't a breaker throw. I apologise. Ashley Coleman can serve out for this match, but for Jared
6 leg
Cole,
Ashley to throw first.
I think his
Game
mind is all over the place. We use the words he has to be perfect today. He has to be immaculate, and it's been far from that in this performance.
100.
Well, I hope you're all enjoying a good Friday. Watching darts at the
140.
Modus Super Series. What a way to spend a bank holiday. A double session, remember, for those
100.
darts fans out there. If you've not spent a lot of time with us, then just sit back. Crack open the chocolate early. And enjoy watching
59.
some really, really top quality darts. 2 players will progress from this group. We've got another group tonight,
83.
5 players in that. 3 will go through to join Leonard Gates at finals night on Saturday.
Interesting last start there for Ashley Coleman. He's gone ton.
92.
Single 20, treble 20, but then went for that treble 17. I hope on the mind he's not thinking of 170s.
58.
It's about Ashley Coleman today. It's not about anything spectacular. He was in a fantastic position, but that lateral drift into the 3 brings Jared Cole back into this leg and match.
125. Ashley Dukar, 160.
60, not found. So Jared Cole
60.
has the
Jared Dukar,
chance
85.
to hold on.
It's bullseye.
60. Ashley Dukar, 100.
To win it and to all but end the hopes of his opponent. Won't happen.
40.
So
Jared
Cole
Dukar,
comes back to
25.
clean up the remainder.
Yeah, it's all just got a little bit scruffy for Ashley Coleman. You can see him biting his flight in the background there. He had this match in the palm of his hands. He could be a dart away here from a last leg decider. Cole, ooh, wow, I just can't believe what I'm seeing. And people criticise me calling him inconsistent. Go figure.
13. Ashley Dukar, 60.
60 to finish the job. Double 20.
Getting
Found.
shot on the match.
And
Ashley
Coleman kills off Cole. A 4-2 defeat that probably ends Jared Cole's hopes of being on that stage on Saturday night, but gives a big boost to the chances of Ashley Coleman. Not the prettiest game we've seen from the pair so far in this group, but Coleman will not care. A 4-2 win, 2 points, joining Greg Richie on 10 at the top of the table, and Mike Warburton is hoping to keep up the pace when he takes on Max de Jong after the break.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Group C day, and it's been a fine start from Greg Richie. And just as good a start for Ashley Coleman. He got the desired 2 points and a tough win over Jared Cole. And the top two were sent to Mike Warburton. Our job is done. Over to you against Max de Jong, and this is the 5th time they've played each other. You would expect that Mike Warburton goes into this match a big favourite, but the head-to-head after 4 games is 2 apiece. And yesterday was a dire game between the pair of them. To be fair, I think Mike had his own issues yesterday. I don't think he was feeling fantastic. Said he feels good today. On debut is Max de Jong, the 32-year-old from Holland. Started very brightly on Monday. Clearly some of his real skill set and strengths are at the back end of legs against Mike Warburton, who knows how to play and win here at the Modus Super Series. And I think he'll relish the challenge today.
Well, Mike Warburton, I mean, we'll delve into behind the scenes here at the Modus Super Series. Glenn has had the pleasure of
First leg, Max
rooming
first.
with
Game
Mike
on.
Warburton this week, and has found some sort of pearls of wisdom, but he seems to be quite a private guy. Doesn't want to offer anything to his opponents, does he?
Yeah, I think he's been suffering a little bit with sciatica, but even speaking to me as well, I'm not using that as an excuse. I got 4 wins out of 5, but he knew he was nowhere near. But we picked it up with his first early dodge. It's round about that stage. It's not the walk and anything like that. It's actually when he's putting his front foot down. And he was very, very low on his first few darts, which we picked up. But I asked him this morning as he set off around about 10:30 this morning. I said, "How are you?" And he said, "Tickety-boo."
Well, makes the perfect start,
60.
Mike Warburton. Four perfect darts.
100.
Hasn't been his week, has it? But it might still be his week, if that makes sense.
And that just seems to happen at the Modus Super Series. It's not how you start. It's how you. And he knows how to win. He's got that incredible power game as well.
96.
So a former Welsh Open champion. He knows what he needs to do. But like I said, he looks so much better than yesterday. And already, the way he's peppering that treble 20. Good early signs here for Warburton.
137. $140. Mike Ricard, 84.
84 then for a possible 11 dart leg. I was going to say we'll have to go for that for the bull, but he
Game shown
backed
the first
himself
leg.
treble
Mike
to double and it
Warburton.
paid off, Glenn.
Yeah, I think Max just had a look at the
Second
score
leg,
to
Mike,
double
to
check. I think
first.
these two have
Game on.
become good friends this week. I say on Monday morning, they'll probably met each other for the first time. A nice little fist pump in between games there. You can see Max deep in thought. He's had his ups and his downs this week as Max, and I think he just wants to sit the Modus Super Series. I'm going to show my best today because I want to be back.
$60.
So the first thing I was looking at with Mike this morning, he said his problem started round about then. You can see a lot of his balance. He has what we call that front elevation, so you can see his nose is way ahead of that front
60.
foot, and he said that's where the sort of the pain was kicking in. Whereas I'd love to see Max de Jong roundabout on the point of release. That's a very, you can see the frenzied throw there. I would want to see that just a little bit more smoother because that elbow looks like it's taken an awful lot of
59.
pain as it goes through that hyperextension of the elbow as well. So, and just look how smooth. The point I'm trying to get, if you look at that release of, it just looks effortless, doesn't it? It's as if he's
60.
feathering the dart. Whereas when Max throws, you can sort of say to yourself as he's about to throw it because it seems an effort every time he throws the dart. The head goes back. And I would just work on just more of a sweeter release.
Well, let's talk about favourite
100.
throws. Get involved in the chat. Tell us which players, Super Series or otherwise, do you just really enjoy watching the throw? Who's got that luxurious lob, that Rolls Royce action
60.
that you just never tire of seeing and doesn't look tiring? Because I think that's what always makes me think when you see someone throwing it looks like a real effort, that doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing as someone who makes it look effortless.
Yeah, I was looking at the Ashley Coleman throw yesterday, and I could see the sort of the Michael Smith effect as well. That what with there's
94.
two types of throws. There's the aimers where they stand there for what will feel like a second or two. Roundabout now, Mike. Roundabout there. That's an aimer. Whereas if you're watching Ashley Coleman, he doesn't have that phase of the throw. It's all rhythm.
I'll put my two in there.
100.
Adrian Lewis, but 2011-2012 version, and Gary Anderson.
Good start from De Jong. So he had his real
134.
problems of
Mike Ricard, 100.
lateral drift into the 5. However, it's just a good performance so far from Warburton. This is for 2-0, but his opponent is sat on a 2-darter. And we'll be back. Remember, 4 times they've
80.
played this week. It hasn't been
Max
easy for
Ricard,
Warburton.
54.
And Max de Jong, which finishing de Jong are we going to get? On Monday, these were going in no problem. Tuesday, no problem. But since then, he's had a real problem on the outer ring.
Doesn't look settled at all.
22. Mike Ricard, 20.
Never, ever looked likely. One of the worst starts you will see all week. Mike Warburton looking to make him pay.
Once again, a fantastic angle on that double 10 of what Mike Warburton sees at first. That covered virtually half of the double 10 bed. And just something I want to mention with Max as well. 5 days on the spin here playing darts, and just a couple of times he's been feeling his elbow and his arm. Hasn't been as prolific on the dartboard for a couple of years. Become a father recently. Is it taking its toll? This has to go. And does. We have a level game after 2 legs, and the reaction there from Mike Warburton is one of, I should be 2-0 up.
Max to throw first. Game on.
Well, good to see many of you getting involved with that question in the chat. Who's your favourite throw was the question. We might put that out on our social media as well. See what responses we get. I think some of them, Glenn, are tongue-in-cheek here, because one says Terry Down.
I saw that name a few times yesterday. Well, Terry Down is that infamous player who played Jockey Wilson, where I think, was it about 60 seconds he took?
Yeah, remarkable. A few for Adrian Lewis. I do concur. Michael Smith in there as well. Johnny Clayton. Barney has the best throw, says Kevin. John
60.
Henderson. I mean, that's very unorthodox, isn't it? But when it's in sync, it is interesting. Richie Burnett. Yeah, I'm not sure that one would be taught at a JDC Academy. Mervyn King, I do get that. Justin Pipe, each to their own, I suppose.
100.
Dave Chisnell, Luke Humphreys. Someone says here there's only one answer. Steve Beaton.
Yeah, Steve Beaton's up there. One name that nobody said, Damon Hetter. I'm a big fan of that throw. If you watch that, aims with the first dart, the rhythm of the next 2 darts. I'm a big fan of it. I love Steve Beaton. Tony O'Shea, great throws.
Ryan Searle is just getting a mention here as well.
100.
No mentions for Glenn Durrant.
Or John Lowe. John Lowe has to be one of the nicest throws of all time. There's an amazing video out in 1984 where he simply mastered the game then. He realised that the game was all about the elbow.
Well, Mike Warburton, who does have a very nice throw himself, as discussed by Duzzer in that previous leg, is looking now to produce a fabulous finish. 161.
Well, he's hit this already this week. It's not to be, and he's walked into Max de Jong, who's playing above 99. Average for him. I think he enjoys playing Warburton.
Well, he's only going to get, at best, a dart at the bullseye. Very, very unorthodox route.
77.
Can't get near it.
Mike Ricard, 62.
Yeah, I just sense he's going to have a bit of fun today and just try and play the game with a lot of relaxation. Warburton has watched wins from Greg Richie and Ashley Coleman. He wants to join them on 10 points. That could be a vital double 8 there. Last start again.
Game on.
He takes control with a break. 3 breaks so far.
And I have to say, it's a much better performance than we saw yesterday from Mike Warburton. He's averaging 93 after 3 legs.
60.
Yes, Jamie Reid, thank you. Duzzer has the best throw.
82.
Inbox me, Hunt.
Yeah, I don't know which Duzzer he's talking about. Maybe Jamie Durrant.
180.
Brilliant from Warburton.
Yes, our Jamie has a beautiful throw, to be fair. Well, we gave him a bit of a hard time yesterday with Max de Jong. I think we were disappointed with his performances, the way he was portraying himself on the hockey. And despite the fact he's 2-1 down here, just shy of a 90 average at the moment, he's doing rather well.
100.
Leaves 161 again.
$83. Mike Ricard, 161.
You don't often see that drift into the 5-1. One of his
85.
criticisms after
Mike
Tuesday
Ricard,
and Wednesday was the amount of
156.
times he scored exactly 60. He's 156 is all about that first dart. Can he follow that?
100.
76
Michael
then for
Carr,
Warburton.
76.
Already taken out 84 in this game. Will be a dart at tops. In
Game
tops.
on the fourth flag. Mike
And could be on
Warburton.
top. At least shared for the lead. And how big are
Fifth
those
flag, Max,
matches
to
going to be
first.
between
Game
the
on.
top three? And one of them is coming next. Ashley Coleman against Greg Richie.
Yeah, it was a great narrative this morning, but job well done by the three of them so far. Wins for Richie and Cole already. Warburton looking good here. Then your mind goes now to the head-to-heads, and yeah, don't miss that next one. Greg Richie's been a superstar in this group. Up against Ashley Coleman. So the first of the real big hitters up next. First versus second. But just fair play to Max de Jong here. Just also very aware that we're speaking an awful lot about Warburton because of the situation of the group. Max de Jong could have very easily capitulated today because of the manner of the way he lost his games yesterday. He's averaging over 92 here.
60.
And interesting, not one into that small five. Not one dart in this match in the small five.
Yeah, corrected a real problem that he was plagued with
58.
yesterday.
Guaranteed small five here, 100%.
Well, not with that dart. And he does really seem to have straightened up, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I don't think the fact it's just necessarily the straightened up as well. I think they're going in with real... I think he's got that really nice follow-through. I think his backswing, when it's very short, he's then trying to force the dart in, and it's really difficult to reach the treble for him.
100.
So I think it's the element. He has this little swing at the beginning of the throw, and then he takes it back to his nose. And that just looks a lot better than the past couple of days.
Behind the scenes,
140.
Max de Jong yesterday, he was well aware of that problem he had. He said that in the practice room, some of the other players mentioned that he was going back and really complaining about how many fives he was hitting, saying that even the deflections were ending up in the five.
Well, he's had 0 today. He's looked a proper player. Don't like the fact he was going for 2 double 16s there because he's playing so well.
I knew you wouldn't like it, Glenn. When would you like that?
Never. On an exhibition.
48.
Well, the 180 from Warby, his
Michael
third of the
Carr,
match,
103.
the fifth of the game all told, has put him on a finish that could win him the match.
Treble 17 will be the shot. He's got it for double 16. It's a mighty
Big
fine
shot of the
finish
match, Mike
and a
Warburton.
super win for Mike Warburton. He witnessed the wins for Greg Richie and Ashley Coleman, and it was a case of follow that, Mike Warburton. Well, not only did he see them, but he raised them as well. A 95.96 average, super on the doubles, 103 to win it. That was the exact performance that Mike Warburton needed against a very strong and the best average of the week for Max de Jong. Just a little bit awry on the doubles there for Max, but positives as we go into a real blockbuster game next. Top of the table clash. It's Ashley Coleman against Greg Richie.
Well, it is a close-run thing at the top of the table. 3 players tied on 10 points. Greg Richie, Ashley Coleman and Mike Warburton all winning their opening matches. And it looks like it is going to be a 3-horse race. But 3 doesn't go into 2. And the top 2 are about to do battle now. Richie faces Coleman in the 4th game of 15 fixtures brought to you in Group C this afternoon. And I get the sense, Glenn, that these meetings between the top 3 are going to be the determining factors.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game yesterday was magical. One of the probably the top 3 I've ever commentated on here, the Modus Super Series. The pace of the game, 5 legs, 7 minutes 30. Both were enjoying the game, and it was the best I've seen of Ashley Coleman, who averaged over 104 in that game against the Greg Richie, who looked unbeatable at times yesterday. Surely we're not going to get another game like this, but watch how rapid this is. But the first real heavyweight clash.
4-0 win for Greg Richie in his opener today against Michael Begoy.
100.
Coleman got the better of Jared Cole 4-2. And then Mike Warburton really did put on a display, didn't he, in that previous match? 3-1-8 to mid-90s averaged. If this pair thought they were going to be able to run away, then they might have to think again.
Yeah, performance of the day by Mike Warburton. And what really impressed me is the fact that when you're going last and you've seen the people closest to you winning, that puts the added pressure on there. But one of the strengths Warburton has is he's very cool and calm. He knows what he needs to do here at the Super Series.
As you said, 7 minutes and 30 seconds this game took to wrap up yesterday. The only defeat for Greg Richie.
He's one of the quickest players I've seen, Ashley. And not in a sense of when he throws his 3 darts, it's the way he sprints to the dartboard, collects them, and gets back as well. What I would say, on a TV stage, he can be round about 120 degrees up there.
Gregor Carr, 167.
He would soon wilt. Great start again from both.
The big 167 finish not going to go, so 128 for Ashley Coleman.
43.
We'll start on treble 18. Now treble 20. That leaves the ball. He located that a few times yesterday, Glenn, but beyond him on this occasion.
Yeah, I talked about that. I thought the best finish, most common finish, would be the 25. Will he be back for it?
93. Asuka 25.
That type of finish you practice several times, and that practice pays off for Ashley Coleman, who takes the opening leg. And he could be manoeuvring himself to the top of the table here.
Yeah, we get the luxury in here of the in-play table, which we'll try and show you throughout the day, just to show you how tight it is. But right now,
43.
A win here for Ashley Coleman. He would become the first player to 12 points. I always sense in Group C, Chris, that round about 57. The 14 points mark, you're looking at probable qualification. However, with it being so tight and with Max de Jong being so detached, we might be looking at 14, 16 62. Points minimum now.
Well, Ashley Coleman, you feel, needs to do his damage in the next 2 matches because he plays Greg Richie now, and his next game is also against Mike Warburton. 60. He's got those 2 players that are around him in his next 2 fixtures.
Yeah, it was the fixtures I thought was the toughest for Ashley, playing 3 times in 7 games, but his final 2 games, Begoy and de Jong, 58. He will go in there as a heavy favourite. So a win here against Richie. Do you know, it could almost be qualification for this man.
81.
You mentioned it, and we just saw a glimpse of it from that camera angle there. The impatience of Ashley Coleman to get to the hockey. He just loves playing darts, doesn't he? He wants to be at that hockey throwing as fast as possible.
I still believe there's a place on that dartboard for composure. I wouldn't want to ruin this incredible rhythm that he has, but at times he would need to add composure in certain times of the games. But this is a joy to watch. This is against a top player, by the way.
84.
Are we also finding that because he's playing an opponent that plays at a similar pace, we're actually seeing the best of Ashley Coleman? Because the 1-7-1 setup there, well, it teed up the finish, but maybe did lack a bit of composure on that 1-3-2. It gives Greg Richie the chance to take out 120. Could he go bull-bull? Well, he's moving across, trying to open an angle instead.
Yeah, once upon a time, the bull-bull would be seen as a little bit disrespectful on the dartboard, but
80.
I think it was actually the shot there. 94. Fine last dart. How aggressive on the 94. I like this play, Ashley. gives himself a dart to tops.
74, Greg your car 40.
So, for parity, Greg Richie
Game shot on the second
finds
leg.
tops,
Greg
a target
Richie.
that Coleman couldn't, to level the game at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I'm also very
Third
aware
leg,
as well,
Ashley, the
2
third
legs in.
first. Game on.
We're barely speaking about Greg Richie, and I had the luxury of speaking with him this morning. He
60.
quite likes the fact he's going under the radar. He'll quietly but effectively get on with the job. There were good moments there for him, because that dart at tops there for Coleman at 2-0 would have given a massive advantage.
41.
By the way, a 17 dart hold followed by a 19 dart hold.
100.
And it only took 4 minutes for those 2 legs to be completed.
I must admit, when I looked up to the averages there, I was surprised. It looks a better game, but I think it's because it's so enjoyable because of the pace.
100.
You don't always see the quality as well.
66.
Well, do get involved in the chat on YouTube. I know many of you have tuned in to watch Ashley Coleman. And we have got our
58.
cameras behind the scenes here at the Modus Super Series, ready to produce some interesting
140.
footage, some documentary-style footage of some of the players, including Ashley. It'll be the first of a little mini-series. Make sure you are subscribing to the channel so that you're the
87.
first to see that behind-the-scenes content.
135.
Yeah, just for the first time, he's taken his time as he approaches the hockey, and it's really suiting him.
110.
Well, he was close there, wasn't he? Just to finding the portion of the bullseye that was available. We'll come back for the 25 that he's already taken out in this match.
45. Ashley Car
17
25.
double 4 was the route last time. It's the same route this time. And it's the
Game shot
same
on the third
outcome.
leg. Ashley
He leads
Coleman.
2-1.
Yeah, very, very impressive. But I just sort of noticed as he was
4.6 was
approaching, he was
first.
virtually
Game
sort
on.
of throwing the dart as he's walking to the hockey. Just a couple of times there, he just sort of looked down at his foot, and that's the little tiny bit of composure I'm talking about.
140.
You just watch him here, all of a sudden I was just watching where he's putting his foot, and then it's just bang, bang, bang.
85.
And I'm just trying to study how is he going to improve, how is he going to get better of a player as well, without dampening that enthusiasm, that pace that he plays at.
96.
But you don't always need to change something, do you? Sometimes it is just playing against better opponents, getting used to playing on the stages under the lights. So this should be
82.
an experience that might help elevate him to that next level. Really good darts though here from Greg Richie,
171.
filling up the treble 19 to get himself on 94. We saw Coleman attempt this. He won't need to bother
95.
with the bullseye
Greg
route
Car
himself.
94.
Yeah, we have lots of people watching right now. Lots of fans of Ashley Coleman.
54.
Super set to play from Richie after 12 darts to leave tops. It looks like parity after 4.
79.
Yep.
Greg Car 40.
Hit tops to win his opening leg. Just needs to make a small adjustment. Over adjust, double 10.
Game
And he
shot on the
sneaks it in,
fourth leg.
denies
Greg
Coleman
Richie.
a pop at the 160. So it is all square.
Fifth leg Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Best leg of the match, 15 darter.
Yes, it was round about now. They were shaking hands
180.
at 7.5 minutes. But we continue. Nothing really to separate. However, it's going with throw now. And Ashley Coleman with that 180 there. Another treble needed, you feel.
134.
Super game. Enjoyable.
Could be about to get better. Well, it's 4 perfect darts. It ends there, but 5 out of 6 from Ashley Coleman, who has shown a little bit of sort of defence, hasn't he? When his opponent comes at him, he does tend to up his game.
140.
Fair play to Richie. Like I say, he's hanging in there. 2-2-7 after 6 is very, very acceptable. Sometimes you've just got to
100.
say well done to your opponent when they're throwing first, and after 9 darts to leave 81.
Oh, really good stuff. This game now has caught light.
140. Ashley Car 81.
Both players on 80-something finishes after just 9 darts. It is the bull. It's in the
Game shot on
bull.
the fifth leg.
What a
Ashley
shot that
Coleman.
is from Ashley Coleman. What a leg that was from the pair of them. a dozen darter in response to the 15 from Richie in the
on.
previous leg, and Coleman has the edge. He's one away from what could prove to be a priceless victory.
Yeah, he just went back, no
100.
emotion. I think I actually caught his eye there. We have a fantastic view through the window there. I was just sort of see if he self-motivates himself. Is there a
83.
fist pump behind Greg Richie? But he just had a little sip of his water and then went back through his routine. I think these best of sevens really suit him.
44.
All going very, very well for Ashley Coleman. And if you want to see him in person, then you could be here
135.
Saturday night at the Super Series. Tickets are available. Just head to dartshop.tv. Saturday night session.
59.
Will this be punished?
81.
God, that last start was just so free-flowing. It's incredible to see someone just enjoy the game. That passion that he has. He plays 5-6 nights a week. Whenever he's not working, he's playing darts,
81.
and it's so obvious that he loves this game. And that last start was, just look at the way he played, just playing with absolute freedom, Chris.
105.
So 217 plays 97. It would be for the win.
57. Ashley O'Connor, 97.
78 points left. He went for the
57.
double-double with your
Gregor
opponent on
160.
160. It wasn't necessary, but he's left himself in a fantastic position. Or has he? Is there still another twist in the tail? What
Being shown
a
the sixth
finish,
leg.
Greg
Greg
Richie.
Richie.
Look at the response also from Ashley Coleman. He's setting himself up
Seventh
for
and
top
final
for the
leg,
match
Ashley
to go
through
top of the
first. Game
table.
on.
And Greg Richie, what a finish.
41.
Game of the week. Hasn't actually been exactly as high standard as the game
82.
yesterday, but just in terms of moments and the way that it's moved on, got better as it's gone on, this is the game of the week, and how crucial it could be. Whoever wins it will move on to
131.
12 points, will put themselves in a very good position to qualify, not only enhancing their own chances, but taking points off one of their biggest rivals towards the top of the table. This leg
97.
is absolutely enormous.
96.
Just the way he's bounced back, Ashley Coleman. Remember, he started this leg with a score of 41. Oh, this is good. This is great.
180.
Another absolute classic here at the Modus Super Series. Let's scrap the rest of the players. Let's just see a best of 31 between these.
He should have thought about that earlier. He should have thought
47.
about it in the
Gregor
second
Carr,
dart there, Ashley
142.
Coleman. Carried on with the 20s, 18s. He could have gone to the 25, left to finish. He didn't stop to think until it was too late. And now it might be too late. Richie
102.
almost pulling off a second successive enormous outshot, but he will return for tops to take the
60.
match.
Gregor Carr, 40.
He's such a good watch. He's such a talent, is Greg Richie. That 160 was an incredible moment in this match. It's double five.
Game,
And what
shot,
a
and the
dart
match.
that is from Greg Richie. What a game. Sportsmanship personified from Ashley Coleman. But let's go back to that leg six. Ashley Coleman does everything right. He leaves himself tops. Greg Richie pings out that 160. What a match that was. Nothing to separate them. I could watch them two play all day. Loads of things to talk about in that match. But Greg Richie, he continues his strive for top place. And for Ashley Coleman, he'll see the positives that he will be back. As next up, it's Michael Begoy against Mike Warburton.
Here at the Modus Super Series, we've just seen a real belter of a game. A speedy showdown between Ashley Coleman and Greg Richie, but it was Richie who picked up the points, taking his tally to 12, leaving Ashley Coleman on 10, where Mike Warburton also sits in what is looking very much like a three-horse race. And Begoy, Michael Begoy, isn't part of that, but he will be looking to play the spoiler now in this group. Warburton, his second opponent of the day, and he didn't win a leg in his first match against the excellent Greg Ritchie, who looks like a shoe-in based on performances, but there will be plenty of twists and turns between now and around 5:30 this evening. Do stay with us. Enjoy the action. We've got another session of darts tonight as well from 10 p.m. featuring
100.
Andreas Harrison, Connor Scott, David Evans, who was excellent last night. Myself and Glenn Durrant will still be here to talk you through that. And, of course, finals night, 7:30 live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow to see who will be crowned the king of Week 5 of this series.
Yeah, it's been a great week so far. And a fascinating end. 5 players will join Leonard Gates, of course, on Saturday night. And maybe Greg Richie, after that performance, has just got 1 foot in that qualification place. It was a super game, thoroughly enjoyable. They have played each other 4 times already, these two. 3 wins for Mike Warburton against Michael Begoy. Seems a while since Michael opened up the show today against Greg
54.
Richie. Still hasn't got a leg on the board after that 4-0 defeat. And Warburton was superb in his victory over Max de Jong. So if you're looking at the opening games, you'd have to fancy this man for the match.
81.
Yeah, we had over 3,500 people watching that last game. Some fantastic chat on the chat room as well. So much love and support for
42.
Ashley Coleman, but that real appreciation that Greg Ritchie's just getting on and doing the job.
And if you want to take a look behind the scenes at Ashley Coleman's debut week, then that little mini doc will be
100.
published on this YouTube channel in due course, so just make sure you subscribe. I know a lot of you that are watching aren't subscribed. It really helps us. It'll help you stay up to date with everything, but also gives us the ability to produce more cutting-edge content.
22.
Let us know what type of thing you'd like to
Michael
see as well in the chat,
42.
and also just hit that thumbs up. That helps us more than you know as well.
Yeah, keep your head up, Michael Begoy. Like I said, day 5. Just remember
100.
that feeling you had when you walked in here on Monday morning.
$60. Mike Ricard, 42.
Good question in the chat. I'm going to come back to it at the end of this leg, which Warburton is looking to win on double 16. And now double 8. Hasn't
34.
won yet. Opportunity knocks here for Michael Begoy.
26.
He'll start in the 19. It was a raised eyebrow. We didn't expect that one to go awry for Warburton, the way he's been playing. That's awkward. Hence the reason that top lip just lifts up a little bit. There's the growl.
Yeah, Burger Boy can't locate the lettuce.
86.
Well, he can with the last start
8.
to tee up tops. So Warby would be well advised to get this one now. And does
Each on the
get it
first
one
leg,
now.
Mike Warburton.
Yeah, the question that I just caught my eye, Glenn. Does Mike Warburton against Ashley
Second leg,
Coleman
Mike
in
to
2
go
games'
first.
time
Game on.
now become the most important match of this group?
Yeah, I won't lie. I was just sort of looking down. It's a huge game for... If Mike Warburton wins this game and does get over the line against Ashley Coleman, we could be looking at our 2 qualifiers in Richie
100.
and Warburton. It was probably the 2 that most fancied, but just for the romance and probably just for the crowd involvement on Saturday night, I'm Team Coleman.
70.
You're a convert, aren't you? Glenn Durrant at the start of this week.
I think if I'd have met him, Murph, and he was arrogant, if he was believing in the hype, and if he was someone who I
100.
didn't know, because everything, all the information I had was that he's a genuinely nice guy who loves to play darts, and he's exactly that. But against Warburton and Richie, Ashley Coleman's up
58.
against 2 proper players.
You really have been converted to all the hype about Coleman. Mike Warburton wants to make it about himself, though, that maximum. But at the start of this week, you thought that Facebook was some kind of photo album. Twitter was something birds did. TikTok came from clocks.
Michael Carr 121.
Now you're a biggest fan of the social media sensation.
I'm trying to think of something funny about Instagram, but I can't right now.
There's a reason I left that one alone. Snapchat would have been easier.
45. $46. Michael Carr 76.
I'm making sure I'm writing plenty of notes. It'll be Scott Mitchell in the seat tomorrow night, and what a week it has been here. Will Warburton have one foot in the final?
56.
You going to share your notes with Scotty, Doug?
Absolutely. That's hence the reason all this is here. It's all there for Scott. I know you do the same for me.
Ah, isn't that nice?
We're all one teammate at the Modus Super Series.
65. Michael
Double
Carr
10 to
20.
Warburton. It's all pretty straightforward so far. 20 points ahead on the averages.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike Warburton.
Warburton leads 2-0.
Burger Boys taking a beating here.
First. Game on.
Warby has turned it on today. Much more convincing than anything he was producing yesterday. And we're saying that about a man who won 4 out of his 5 matches.
137.
Yeah, I've just been monitoring the setup for the ADC in Middlesbrough tomorrow. Absolute sellout from the men's side of things. 256 players went, and I think there's a waiting list also. Some
100.
credible names there. But the setup looks absolutely fantastic. Michael Begoy, our ADC representative. Well clear in the East of England qualification table.
140.
With darts like that.
Is there a name that you can give us? Someone who you know from the ADC? I know maybe in your region, Glenn, who you
58.
think really could be a player that could do what the likes of Tom Sykes has done here at the Super Series. Maybe even Adam Warner, who went on to get a tour card after playing here last year.
Yeah, I've mentioned a
94.
couple. I'm not sure if our Jamie's playing there. Carl Coleman's obviously does an awful lot behind the scenes, but we have a player called Jordan Matthews who's doing good things at the moment. I've told him it's time for him to spread his wings and start having a plan of what he wants to do.
Michael Carr
So subject to his name being down, he's producing some good averages. But Tony Wood, who's a regular here at the Modus Super Series,
43.
I'm always a big fan of what he does in the North East as well. Davy Prinz, etc.
A few people in the chat inevitably telling us that they can average 130 on a regular basis. Let's keep
100.
it serious.
Michael Carr 87.
What, in rupees?
Mike Warburton on 109 and in the mood to take it out. Remember, Michael Begoy is yet to win a leg
31.
today.
Michael Carr 109.
So 52 left. Just double checking with himself. Dare I say, he's not the greatest of counters, but it's double 16. He knows where this is. And once again,
shot on the third leg.
absolutely
Mike Warburton.
clinical on that double 16. It's a great day so far for Mike
Fourth leg
Warburton.
Mike to throw first.
Maybe yesterday just got away with it. He wasn't feeling his best today.
Game on.
Well, so far he looks $1 million. Just round about that 90 average mark, and it's just also comfortable.
$100.
Yeah, really enjoyed today so far. We've had some fantastic matches. But it is the top 3 that are really making their
60.
dominance felt. Defeat for Ashley Coleman against Greg Richie, of course, but before that he beat Jared Cole. Richie winning both his games. Warburton on course to win both of his games as well. This
100.
race to the finish is going to be fun. But in 2 games' time, Mike Warburton will take on Ashley Coleman, and that could prove pivotal. If Warby wins that,
100.
then suddenly Coleman is chasing. If Coleman wins, it's game on again.
100.
Yeah, it's a good sporting calendar this weekend. Of course, the darts is, as we mentioned, the ADC in Middlesbrough, one of their big events, but also it's the European Tour returns in Munich.
42.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow, that one, doesn't it?
Yeah, the draw is out. Just been chatting with Chris Dobie about his draw.
60.
Who's he got, a toughie?
Victor Tingström from Sweden.
Oh, who's played here at the Super Series, of course.
Of course.
81. Mike Carr 141.
He played him in an exhibition last week as Mike Warburton looks at a 1-4-1 for a very, very comfortable victory. Not a flicker of emotion. He knows the setup play is key now.
60.
I think like many of our players, I think we were looking at the bullseye there to at least leave 76.
This is going to do wonders for Mike Warburton's leg difference as well. He only dropped one leg against Max de Jong, so he's going to have improved his leg difference by 7 in his first 2 matches. Speaking of 7.
41. Michael Carr 118.
Well, it's been a disappointing day so far. No legs on the board at all for Michael Begoy. He needs a treble 20 here, and it's not to be. Is it a bagel for the Burger Boy?
Double 20 for the perfect result for Mike Warburton, who's looking to book his place in the Super Series Saturday session and going the right way about it as well. A 4-1 win in his opener, and he's enjoying it now. He's going to be on that stage on Saturday night if he carries on hitting the right notes. A big win for Warby, 4-0 over Michael Begoy, following up that 4-1 win against Max de Jong earlier, and it's a win that takes him on to 12 points, level with Greg Richie, and crucially 2 clear of Ashley Coleman, who he will play in Game 7, but Game 6 after this break is Jared Cole against Max de Jong.
And it's a welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed another masterclass from Mike Warburton. He's been fantastic today, and alongside Greg Richie, gets 2 wins out of 2 for them. But it's back to Jared Cole versus Max de Jong in Game 6. For Max de Jong, real positives in his previous game. We weren't given too many positives for his performances yesterday. He just walked into a Mike Warburton who looked like he was in a real good form, whereas Jared Cole, I think he knew the task today. He had to win 5 wins out of 5 and have the hope that Greg Richie, Mike Warburton and Ashley Coleman would drop points. Well,
Game on.
both of those scenarios have gone through the window a little bit, and for Jared Cole now, I think it's just a case of relaxation and attempting to play his best darts.
119.
Yeah, this game yesterday didn't really get set alight. It was
100.
a pretty scrappy game. It was after Jared Cole had done that incredible 9-darter yesterday. He still remains incredibly focused.
100.
Well, Begoy and this man de Jong, obviously already officially out of the race. Jared Cole can only get
100.
8 more points, and he's 8 points adrift of Greg Richie and Mike Warburton, so you would have to assume that he's out of
59.
contention as well. Now, what is that feeling like, Glenn, when you know that you're kind of just playing for a little bit of pride? It's not to any end goal.
Yeah, I mean, I hated it. I think I used the word. I was getting embarrassed when I was going on the
135.
stages. 5 losses, 6 losses. But it's been a bit of a difference for Max, despite the fact he's on a losing streak here.
180.
He's actually playing very nice. He's just walking into darts like that at the moment. He's left himself a bogey with that score of 135. And then to hear the 180 from Jared Cole. But I'm seeing signs from Max de Jong. Certainly much better than he played yesterday.
Jared 43.
This is a big number. He's thrown a few careless darts, particularly when he's on finishers, Jared Cole, today, and on doubles.
27.
He's not just missing, he's missing by miles.
Yeah, I mean, his scoring was just so good. He set himself up, missed the big number, and virtually just flung that last dart. Yeah, some different ways of going for Max de Jong. It's double 18.
54.
Well, I think he was
Jared
going for
16.
double 18 with his first dart. He's also thrown some really bad darts at doubles.
Getting shot on the
That
first
one goes
leg.
in for
Jared
Cole, who claims the first leg. Arms aloft.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of
Playing
seeing
like
Max
to
just
first. Game on.
holding his elbow a little bit there. Like I said, he put an awful lot of emphasis on the power of that throw. You can see the impact it has on that elbow. And after 5 days, I'm not so sure I could start in a group
60.
here. Seems a long time since Monday morning for Max.
I suppose it is that time when we start talking
60.
about the players that will be departing, and this pair are going to be amongst them. Glenn, what would you say needs to be worked on for each of these players ahead of a potential return to the Super Series?
Well, I think Max de Jong will definitely benefit from being here. I mean, I followed
58.
his social media last week, the excitement about coming over here. It looks like he's here with his partner, and it was a strange old start for him. He got through a game against Andreas Harrison
100.
where he was second best. So things were going pretty okay, but he was sort of just picking up the scraps of the opponent and capitalising on the advantages of mistakes from them. I've yet to see that real power scorer which is going to elevate his game from, you know, the 70-80 average he's producing to
60.
the 90s and 100s that you need. So that's an area he's going to have to work on. He may say afterwards, actually, my scoring's my strongest element of my game. I just didn't produce it this week.
140.
And Jared Cole, I'm a huge fan. He speaks so well. He works with us here. He's got everything. But one thing you can't really teach is that X factor, that instinct at the end of it. And you've just
58.
got to keep believing in the process, Chris. And it was just a laxity. He shouldn't miss a big 11 for a 43 finish, especially when you throw a dart like this. So it's down to Jared.
135.
Glenn just alluded to it there. For those that don't know, Jared Cole does sometimes work behind the scenes here at the Super Series as a spotter. For those that don't know about that job, it's predicting where the darts are going to go, so the cameras pick up
58.
every arrow.
Jared, your car, 66.
Best spotter we've got, Jared. Double 18.
48.
Yeah, nothing at all wrong with that. It's just a little bit of bad luck when things aren't 100% going your way. Just a light relief to see that Max is on 207. And that's what I mean about Max. I often sort of, when your opponent's on a finish, I look back and Max is way back because he hasn't been able to live with the scoring of his opponents.
I predicted that if this doesn't go...
Game shot on the second leg, Jared Cole.
Well, I won't finish that prediction.
3 balls.
Third leg, Jared to through first. Game on.
Yeah, head down by Jong.
100.
Now, the big game's coming next, Glenn, isn't it, really? Mike Warburton against Ashley Coleman. Is it must-win for Coleman?
Oh, definitely. 100%. I think Warburton can go in that one thinking he might have a lifeline.
140.
Whereas Coleman, and it all goes back to that 160 finish from Greg Richie. I think we'll be talking about that at the end of the show. That's probably the difference of Coleman not qualifying.
I will just throw something at you, though, Glenn, just to
99.
play devil's advocate. After that match, Coleman's remaining fixtures are against Max de Jong and Michael Begoy, whereas Warburton would have to play Richie himself and Jared Cole.
And hence the reason in that match between Greg Richie,
60.
I just felt if Coleman wins against Greg Richie, he qualifies because I really do fancy him to beat. He's better than de Jong and Begoy at this moment.
It will
57.
all be revealed. It'll all come out in the wash, as they say. Stick with us here at the Super Series to see which two from the front three make it through to finals night. Leonard Gates is already there. Who wants to see the soldier? Come along. Tickets are available.
140.
Dartshop.tv is the place to purchase them. And you could see Leonard Gates. All you've got to do, scan that QR code. It'll take you
100.
straight to that ticket
Marshall car,
page.
161.
And you can book yours for just £2. That's the booking fee. And whoever makes it through, it's going to be a great night, Glenn, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm
97.
genuinely gutted I won't be here.
145.
Like I said, when you see that first dart being thrown, you want to see someone lift that trophy. I don't think it's going to be one of these two right now.
55. Max your car, 64.
Better from Cole.
$64. Well, he's at it again, Glenn. Glenn Durrance, ready to walk out. But he might prove you wrong.
Prove me wrong, Max.
Game shot on the
Well,
third
only
leg,
way to
Max
go.
de Jong.
Why be boring when you can be brilliant, eh? That is fabulous. And Jared Cole's left
Fourth leg,
hanging.
Max to through first. Game on.
Oh, I thought it was a doubler. I thought it was the first double of the day for Jared Cole.
Ooh. Oh, that would hurt. Double then.
I had flashbacks then of seeing John Michael all of a sudden.
Well, he was very, very
59.
into his fist bumps, wasn't he? Every single leg until someone else offered it, then he would blank it completely.
100.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell here tomorrow, as Glenn said. He's going to be chatting with me and reflecting on what's been occurring this week. A week that has seen a 9-dart finish. Jared Cole producing
60.
that moment of magic. Something for him to take from this week, isn't it? A souvenir, if you like.
Oh, he's a terrific player. The
45.
best years are ahead for Jared Cole. You'll learn so much about yourself right now, but the fact he's got that, he's incredibly talented. I'm trying it why I'm sat here is like, where does the inconsistencies come from? Because there's no difference in his throw.
58.
it could just be a concentration thing. I used to go in a world of my own. I won't lie, I was never the most talented player in the world, but I had terrific
55.
focus and concentration, and maybe that's the point I'm getting for Jared Cole. He seems to be sort of looking around the area where maybe just 10-15 minutes of utter concentration, see how that works for him.
134. $125.
Very fluent, but Max de Jong 6 starts on 190.
I think he's trying to hit a 150 there. Max de Jong to try and
96.
leave tops. He's obviously decided now is the time to have a little bit of fun.
$168. Max to car 94.
Take your fun, Max, and have that.
Double 17 is the choice.
Game shown the
Oh, that was
flag.
fun.
Max de Jong.
Unorthodox outshot from Max de Jong. Is Jared Cole going to offer him the
Fifth leg.
fist
Jared
bump
to
again?
through
No, he's
first.
learnt his
Game on.
lesson. Don't want to have egg on your face twice, do you, Jared?
Well, you talked about the most common finishes earlier here at the Modus Super Series. Surely that
100.
double 17's the least. Or is it the fact that Connor Scott was going off on double 30? Oh, I guess he wasn't ending it.
Yeah, the list I've got is checkouts rather than doubles.
60.
I just found it interesting that 60 was checked out more than 24, 8, 10. Even more than 25 as well, which you rightly alluded to earlier.
54.
I better change my coaching style because I play a game called the Wagon Wheel, 1 double 12, 13 double 6, like all ways of hitting the 25 finish because it's the most common 2-dart finish.
60.
So I'll have to change it to 60.
I do think it's just a lesson to you and all the other commentators here at the Super Series, Glenn, that I spend my time doing all this research.
99.
Who's G. Oogle?
So he's learnt Google now to go with TikTok, Facebook, X.
48.
You couldn't turn on a computer before you started here, could you?
No, I was playing Daly Thompson's Decathlon on my Spectrum, ZX Spectrum
78.
yesterday. The joystick took a right hammer and...
Didn't you get an iPad for Christmas and put it on your face to go to sleep?
100. Jared to car 170.
Fancy some fishing, Glenn? Or Jared Cole doesn't.
125.
Yeah, talking about fishing, great to see Luke Littler win his first Premier League night in Belfast last night. He was absolutely fantastic.
When you're ready, Max.
Come on, Paulings, get your watch out.
Yeah, he really should look at his watch, Paul Hinks here. Those that missed that moment yesterday, Pollux took a little bit of time to call out one of Max de Jong's scores.
101.
And Max,
Jared to
when he
car
approached the ball
45.
to retrieve his darts, had an exaggerated look at his timepiece.
To lead 3-2.
Game shown the fifth leg. Jared Cole. Sixth leg Max to throw first. Game on.
He knows where the camera is, Jared Cole. You'd think it would work in that production office the way he's looking at it. A Max for Max.
180. $45.
Well, one of these players this week, Murph, come to the quiz with us on Monday night. Which one do you think it was?
40.
I would guess out of the players in that field, Mike Warburton.
And very, very good.
I'm good at quizzes.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as you. Like he said, 90s music was his
59.
thing, and 90s music was the subject, and he got 1 out of 20 right.
60.
Yeah, I did used to go to that particular pub quiz with some of our production team, but they all used to argue amongst each other. I thought better of it in the end.
59.
Yeah, Henry Deacon pressing the buttons again before we've discussed it as a team.
$140.
Well, the question for Max de Jong is, how do you take out 81?
119. Max took out 81.
Once again, he's just doing the right things, Max. A couple of strange old way of finishing games, but he's actually playing the best he's played all week. He's just shy of 90 average early doors in this first match. He's mid-80s in this one. Now all of a sudden he's been boring. Do you think he's worked it out?
He might go for 2 double tens when he comes back.
$25. Max took out 40.
Nothing silly. Does end up on double 10. Oh, is it a mile away? And let's not forget here,
36.
Max de Jong hasn't won a match yet. Surely, at the very least, he wants to get away with a win.
Yeah, like I said, I think he walked in today. I'm just going to play free flowing my games. He's saying some strange old doubles, but now we can
140.
potentially get to
Max
3
took
each
out
here.
4.
He's going the traditional route, and he double two it to go the distance.
Getting shot on the 6th.
Fair play
Max
to the
de
lad.
Jong.
Like I said, yesterday was a real horror show, way down on what he was doing the previous 3 days.
7 final leg, Jarity through
But
first.
he's shown me
Game
enough
on.
today.
$66.
Yeah, going back to the quiz on Monday, I did get one right myself, but Henry had the phone and shouted, "Ah! Ah!" And guess what he pressed?
You tell me.
I was going to do you like a kipper there as well.
60.
One of those speed quizzes, isn't it? So you just have to press the first letter of the correct answer. The answer was revolver.
85.
The joke is that Henry pressed W.
That's not very nice, Murph. That is awful. I wouldn't dare say that. Terrible.
I wonder who told me that one off
60.
air.
Wheelie.
$60.
Well, you're a bad influence, Glenn. I'm not happy with myself there. Apologies, Henry, if you're watching. Of course you're watching. But it is all about the
100.
W here, isn't it? Max de Jong looking for that first win. See how I got out of that.
I've got a
60.
WhatsApp message here from Henry, so I'll read that in a second. But hopefully he puts a complaint in about you. I'll back him up. Perfect dart there from de Jong.
$100.
Well, is it going to be so long, de Jong? Can Cole claim it? Or will Max finally taste the sweet scent of
43.
success? He's got 6 darts from 181 to do so.
Yeah, exactly. It's his to lose from here. That losing streak could be over. Absolute total focus right now for Max de Jong. And I have a feeling if he does get over the line, he will
100.
roar with celebration. He did it earlier in the week. It made me jump slightly. Good set of play from Jared Cole. Another one of them would leave double 8. What? All on a pinhead. Max de Jong, 81 was looking so inviting. And now it's a must hit.
Where's he going? Well, 14 would leave the bullseye. A knowing nod from Cole.
56.
But no win,
Judge will call
no way
16.
for Max de Jong, and Cole could now kill off his hopes.
No score. Max will call 25.
He doesn't.
He might have felt a bit of a dead rubber, but the reaction there from Max de Jong when he heard no score, he is desperate for the win here. Looks like he's looking for the downstairs. It's double 11 this time. Some different ways of getting to the desired goal, but he gets there in the end. Max de Jong has been on a real losing streak in this Group C campaign, but gets over the line in that 7-legger. It's a really, really good game there for Max, and like I say, he's looking at the celebration. It felt a while. Look at the smile on his face there, the sweet of success. Saying, as we look at the tail of the tape there, it was a really incredibly tight game, but it's Max de Jong that gets over there, and Cole is out. Jared Cole will not be here on Saturday night, and Max de Jong gets his first 2 points. After the break, a huge game. It's Mike Warburton against Ashley Coleman.
Well, it's been an interesting start, and it does mean that there could well be a thrilling finale here in Group C. Here's a recap of what has happened so far. The 6 results, 5 of them going against the throw. Max de Jong getting his first win in this group. But before that, Mike Warburton winning 2 matches. Greg Richie doing the same. The most crucial one of all, the victory against Ashley Coleman. And Warburton versus Coleman is the next game. That is going to be enormous. Myself and Glenn Durrant will preview that in a moment. But Glenn, just reflecting on what's happened so far, who's been the standout player for you?
Yeah, the 2 at the top of the table look really good. Mike Warburton had that strange statistic going into yesterday. We hadn't won a game against the darts, and to see he's doing that as well, he looks really cool and calm. But that electrifying 160 finish from Greg Richie was absolutely superb. But he just looks really calm and collected today, Mike. Say yesterday, it seemed difficult. This 103 finish for the match here, the double 16 right in the top corner. He just looks really, really good. Very, very composed. And he's a course and distance winner. He knows how to do it here at the Modus Super Series, and I think that's holding him in good stead right now.
You just alluded to part of it. Game of the day, Coleman against Richie.
Beauty. Absolute beauty. And like I said, I've been sort of Team Coleman because I've been intrigued with all this interest. He comes across fantastically well and put himself in a wonderful position here at 3-2, and then he left himself on top, as you can see there. He's already thinking and planning his attack. But Greg Richie, one guy we haven't spoken an awful lot about, to do that 160 under that type of pressure was outstanding. And it was great to see that Ashley Coleman, look at that, look at the response there. That's a real bit of class there. It was a real joyous game.
Do you think that will end up being the defining moment of this group?
I hope not from the neutrals' point of view, and a huge game coming up next coming from it, but we could be getting to a stage soon where we're going to know the two qualifiers. But like I said, Team Coleman all the way.
Next match is going to be massive. That's because the table is looking like this. Mike Warburton and Greg Richie have 12 points. Ashley Coleman left on 10 after losing out to Greg Richie. He plays Mike Warburton in this next game. We can now discount the bottom three mathematically. Coleman, is this must win?
Oh, it's definitely a must win, but what is an interesting narrative as well? If he does get over the line in this game, his final two games against the bottom two. So it could still be, lots of twists to go there, but Ashley Coleman needs to win this match for me.
Mike Warburton has performed better today, hasn't he, than he did yesterday, maybe even all week.
And I don't think it's anything to do necessarily with the darts, the throw, the belief. I just think he's feeling healthy as well. And as you can see there, he just exudes confidence. He's getting ready for this really big game. You can just see him gritting his teeth there. These are just practice darts, remember, but that same pre-throw routine, whether it's just 3 at the board. So they're the kind of signs that your opponent would pick up usually until you come across someone like this man now I just think he's having a fantastic time. There's that real rhythm flow there, and when they go, he looks as good as anyone. Whatever happens, Ashley Coleman, I think, will leave this building with a smile on his face.
I asked you about that 160 in that match with Richie. Is this game that's about to get underway now going to be the defining match, the pivotal bout in this group?
If Mike Warburton wins it, I think we're looking at our two qualifiers. If Ashley Coleman wins this game, game on.
Right, one of them, or maybe even both of them, who knows, we'll get to Saturday. However, tickets are available for you to get to the Saturday session, and you can do so by heading to dartshop.tv. Here is all the information about how you could be here on Saturday night.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Well, this is a sizable Super Series showdown featuring two players bidding to book their tickets to Saturday night. The Prince of Darkness on debut, Ashley Coleman. Plenty of buzz and fanfare around his appearance here, but Mike Warburton has been businesslike today and is taking care of his affairs as well. 2 wins from 2 for Warby for the loss of only 1 leg here on Friday. As for Ash Coleman, well, you just saw that defeat against Greg Richie. Now, many, an experienced player, could have found themselves really floored by that. So how Coleman responds here will say a lot about him.
I think so. And also, just looking at the game yesterday, it was one of the more disappointing games for Ashley Coleman. And I think this is a different challenge. He's up against an experienced player, a more methodical player. We've just seen him play Greg Richie, and I think he would really enjoy playing Greg every time he plays. And you can just sort of see Ashley behind there. He's bouncing around, looking around, using up an awful lot of energy there. So he'll be learning lessons here against Mike, who's using all the experience in the world.
100.
So just to remind you the situation in the table, we just saw it. But Greg Richie on 12 points. Mike Warburton on 12 points. Ashley Coleman on 10 points.
60.
So a victory here for Coleman would put him on 12 with Richie and Warburton, who have each other still to play.
Yeah, it's definitely an easier run-in for Ashley Coleman. But quite simply for Mike, he knows the situation. I have a sense he's going into this game, win this match, and have qualified. That's the sense I got the way he was practicing there, gritting his teeth. And he looks really good today, Warby. This is by far the best he does. And that's the story of the Modus Super Series as well. It's just, people just gradually get better during the week, and Warburton on a Saturday night would become a major player.
Well, the thing is, it's a strange situation where you've got three players. They're not on the same points, but it is still in all of their hands. They've still all got it in their own hands. If Coleman wins this, he knows that one of Richie or Warburton has to drop points because they play each other. But of course, if he loses this, then he just hands that
99.
lifeline, that insurance policy, that buffer to Warburton and Richie. Perfectly poised as well this first leg, because Coleman's on a very makeable out against the darts.
So 76 left, so he should stay there. Just double check him there with a referee. Like you say, using all that nows, just taking his time, not throwing it until he knows, leaves himself a 2-darter. And maybe, just maybe, these are the types of finishes that will go. Treble 17, not to be chance for Warburton for an early hold.
78.
Yep, simple 2-darter, single to double, 16 and tops for Mike Warburton to hold his throat. He's won all but one of the legs he's played today. Double 10 carries on that run.
Warburton.
He didn't play well yesterday, Mike Warburton, but I would love to see the statistic on his double 10 ratio yesterday. It was a real saviour, and once again, I had confidence when he was going for that.
55.
He looks the composed player right now. Like I said, the brilliance of Ashley Coleman against a player who just knows how to win here.
100.
Just looking at that in-play table now. Right now, Mike Warburton has gone top of the table and 4 points clear
100.
of this man as well. I mean, that was the aim. But to sort of see it when he goes back to the players' area as well, he knows that if he just stays professional, he can see this out.
I just think the fixtures have fallen
60.
perfectly though as well, because even if Warby wins this and does pull clear at the top, he's got the hardest run in, there's no doubt about that, playing Richie and Jared Cole, who is capable of turning it on for a game. We know that. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, one of the most dangerous floaters going is Jared Cole. Like I said, we've seen the 9-darter and we've seen the really disappointing side of him.
60.
Encouraging, though, for Coleman that really in all of his matches, he's never really taken a huge beating. The biggest was that 4-1 defeat
100.
to Warburton yesterday, but leg by leg, he's always there or thereabouts, isn't he?
Yeah, I was just looking at his county performances this week as well. He's currently playing for Suffolk in the B and played 4-1-4, went up to the air with a win as well. So he's playing all kind. He's used to playing on a stage, playing regular for moments like this.
70.
Perfect first start. Is it too little too late here for Warburton?
145.
There's the pressure.
56. Getting shot on the second leg. Ashley Coleman.
Ticks another box. Every time a question has been asked, barring that 160 finish.
Game on.
I mean, if that 160 finish doesn't go, Ashley Coleman would be looking here. If I can get past Warburton, I'm pretty much got it. So it's been fine margins between the three of them.
100.
Richie's up next against Jared Cole. Could there be a twist there as well? We're pretty much saying that Greg Richie's already qualified.
41.
But his next two games, Richie, Jared Cole and Mike Warburton.
$100.
Different pace about it, you know. I think that Ashley Coleman himself
91
hasn't got that same zip that he had against Greg Richie. He's sort of letting Warburton dictate the pace a little bit here.
But he'll have to get used to that. And like I said, he's not going to be playing a rapid player every time he plays. He's going to play someone who's
81.
going to use that time. Mike knows he's playing someone who loves it, the game being playing quick, so of course he's going to dictate it.
Just even the approach to the hockey I was
82.
watching then, it's a few extra steps. He's standing further back on the stage. I actually think that is a way of managing it from Ashley Coleman. It's quite smart. He knows that the time between throws is going to be bigger, so he's doing something
100.
to just counter that a little bit.
It's a very specific change, which he probably doesn't even realise. And I'm quite enjoying this performance from him. I did use the word composure earlier.
171.
I quite like the fact it's not so frenetic, and a fantastic 3 treble 19s.
And the point we were just making, he just lets Mike Warburton know that he's there or thereabouts, leg in, leg out. He'll
60.
give himself opportunities, and he's got one here by virtue of that wonderful 171.
He could do with another treble 19, gets it.
76.
And like I
Mike
said, just
Ricard,
so
60.
free flowing that dart to tops.
Getting shot on the
He just
third
has
leg.
that
Mike
art of being
Warburton.
able to just lob it over that first dart. Like I said, because he has that traditional
Fourth leg
throw, you would
actually
think he
through
may
first,
need to
game
move
on.
on that tops. But very similar with his scoring power. He's making no mistakes today,
60.
Mike Warburton. In his first match, he won 4-1. Second match, 4-0. So just the one leg drop so far going into this game. He looks the real deal.
So 2-1 Warby. Desperate to cling on to his position in the
140.
table. If he wins this match, he will be outright top of the table. Greg Richie takes on Jared Cole. You'd be
131.
expecting Richie to win that match, but Ashley Coleman would be looking then for favours. Just wonder who else might have a say today, Glenn. I know we're talking about the top
100.
3 and the matches between them. Is there a potential banana skin somewhere?
I only see it in Jared Cole right now. However, Max de Jong is having statistically his best day
78.
so far. I'm saying he's just got that win over Jared Cole, so maybe him, but Michael Begoy hasn't been at the races so far. But you don't often get a Modus Super Series where everything just seems to go to plan. Something usually happens.
55.
May see the bullseye coming to this 2-3-2, especially if he sees a single here.
100.
Once again, fantastic stuff. And for Warburton, the task is simple. 6 darts from 206. And Hope Coleman misses the champagne. 1-3-2.
83.
Can we see something spectacular? One for the highlight reel. Treble 19. Couldn't be found, but it is
104.
left very handy.
Mike Ricard, 123.
Treble 18 would leave the ball for Warburton. Can't get near it, so Coleman looks set to level.
43. Ashley Ricard, 28.
Good game, this.
$21. Mike Ricard, 80.
That minor mistake from Coleman. Will it be punished? When he likes this big 20, can he lob it over again?
40. Ashley
No.
Ricard, 7.
Margin for error here for Ashley Coleman. Double 2.
5.
And that could be the
Mike
moment
Ricard,
when it
40.
started to get away from him.
Yeah, totally agree. He likes that first start there. This could be a little awkward now.
No score. Ashley Ricard, 2.
Did not like that, did he, Mike Warburton? Double 1.
No score. Mike Ricard, 40.
Well, forget the averages all of a sudden now. They were both mid-90s. Once again, the focus
Getting shot on the
in
fourth
the eyes
leg.
of Mike Warburton. He leads 3-1. And Ashley Coleman, this dream debut he's had.
Fifth leg, Mike to throw first.
Look at that 1 from 11.
Game on.
Yeah, that is the leg that may have lost it for Ashley Coleman. 8 of those darts, that double missed in that leg.
$140.
And it happens every single time, doesn't it, Glenn? You miss loads and loads of darts at double, and then your first dart, the next leg, straight in that treble 20.
Yeah, very polished performance so far from Mike Warburton. I have a feeling the interview with Mike was what we were all worried about.
40.
I know how to qualify here in Portsmouth. I'm just saving my best for Friday and Saturday.
And it is turning into a very good Friday for Mike Warburton. He's playing well, he's winning. And suddenly he's gone from being a man who rode his luck yesterday to being the man to beat today. Turning into the main contender, not just to qualify, but to win this group.
Yes, I don't think we should say that lightly as well. It was one of those qualifying days for Mike Warburton that he won't remember how he played. Like you say, he averaged in the mid-70s, but he just grinded out those results. But today, he looks a proper player.
45.
That could be that.
72.
Coleman faltering at the wrong time. Both his battles with his top 3 rivals about to end in defeat. And Warby just carries on and on. 3 games played. Not yet 3 games won, but still only 2 legs lost.
Yeah, just a little look over. A little bit of light relief to see that. Ashley Coleman's on 2-1-6. And he's just not peppering that
46.
treble all of a sudden.
Mike Ricard, 12.
And Warburton, as we said, goes through his routine, looks at the double 6, played 3. Won 3. And look at the fist bump. Did he understand the importance of that game? Just look at that response from Mike Warburton. And there's the shuffle as well to go with it. But fair play to Ashley Coleman. He's got it all to do now. But look at the response from Warb. He's been cool, calm and collected. But look what it meant to him as that winning double went in. He has 1 foot in for qualification. Doesn't he look good today, does Mike Warburton? As we move on to another big game. This time it's for Greg Richie against Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the long and short of it is now that Ashley Coleman is effectively looking for favours. He needs Jared Cole, really, to beat Greg Richie in this game. Because if Richie wins it, he will join Mike Warburton on 14 points. The pair will be 2 victories clear of Ashley Coleman, with 2 games left to go. Granted, one of those will be against each other, but of course that means Coleman would have to win both of his final games and hope
Greg to throw first.
that one of Richie or Warburton lose both of their last 2 games. So you'd think for Coleman to have a realistic chance of qualifying, he needs Cole to do him a favour here.
Yeah, and Jared Cole is the type of player who can turn it on at any time and beat Greg Richie, no problems whatsoever. But I think Ashley Coleman would be feeling a little deflated
40.
right now. I'm not really sure what happened there with that last dart.
$60.
Yeah, things going wrong already. A lot has gone wrong for Jared Cole over the last 2 days, really, hasn't it? It's not been a comfortable campaign. He has that 9-dart finish remarkably. Real diamond in the rough.
140.
Yeah, he was expected to qualify from this group, but to be fair, it's one of the best Group
60.
C's we've seen here at the Modus Super Series. I think the quality's been, and the fascination of the whole Ashley Coleman thing as well. It's been a memorable Group C, but it's beginning to look like this man and Mike Warburton, and rightly so. They seem to be the pair who were really producing the goods.
Yeah, shown himself to be a great player. Underestimated by the bookmakers. Jared Cole with a sort of nonchalant 180 there. Had he not hit the treble 20 with his last start, he would not be on a checkout.
21.
But he will get the chance to check it out.
125.
Yeah, centre of the board. He went for the 180, not thinking he was going to come back.
53. Gregor Carr 40.
Like I said, Greg Richie will be able to be thinking of qualification right now. Does it mean he tenses up a little?
30.
He hasn't been missing those combination finishes.
Well, here we go, double 6.
Game shot
Now
the
then,
first leg, Jared Cole.
Greg Richie squanders 4 darts. Jared Cole
Second leg, Jared
gets a
to go
leg that
first.
could be crucial for Ashley Coleman.
Yeah, you'd have to say it'd be a bit of a major shock. And there's a really major shock going on in the world of football as Southampton are leading Middlesbrough.
137.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, the shock is that it's only 1-0.
93.
No. Sublime. Pinhead.
180.
Perfect group, and you could have fit another 10 more in there. And Greg Richie's next game
27.
is against Mike Warburton. We've had Greg Richie qualifying from his very first game.
180.
Unbelievable.
Well, this is for a 10-darter finished on double 2.
Well, we've seen the 9-darter from Jared Cole. Now we're going to see the second best leg of the week from Jared Cole.
Tricky, but brilliant.
Game shot on the
And
second
you
leg,
said it,
Jared
Glenn.
Cole.
You said
Third
that
leg
there
break
is
to third first.
the
Game on.
possibility that Jared Cole could just turn it on for any given match. Well, what a start he's made here. Averaging after 2 legs, and that could be halfway through the match.
54.
Over 107.
$55.
Yeah, nothing at all wrong with them darts. Might be the score of 55, but all on the wire.
57.
It's funny when you see that graphic there, Murph, because on the big stage at the PDC, the TV tournaments, you can see that graphic with the averages.
78.
Yeah, they've done me like a kipper, the production team. I said 107. 2 visits later, it's dropped 7 points.
It's a good way because
58.
there's an obsession with averages now, and it's always nice to see how a score can affect the averages, and I still think there's too much emphasis on that.
44.
Hit your doubles, the averages will look after themselves.
Well, Jared Cole doing both at the moment. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. That's fewer darts at double than Greg Richie had in the opening leg alone.
Yeah, this is a poor leg of darts on both here. That's the first treble so far hit.
92.
Well, don't think anyone can explain that dart. Just one of those, isn't it? Like a Middlesbrough striker, it was so far off target.
60. Greg Lucar, 96.
Richie to halve the deficit in the game.
56.
Will return for tops.
Yeah, from that 11 darter, Jared Cole will be disappointed with this leg. It is against the darts, is the one saving grace.
58. Greg Lucar, 40.
To get back in this match, we talked about, is he getting a bit of the collie wobbles? Because he hasn't been missing these the past 2 days.
Getting shot on the third
Gets there in the end.
Richie.
Important 3 darts coming up next for Jared Cole.
Is that something actually that we may have learnt about Jared Cole? And when he spoke about it himself, that need to carry on the level that he produced when he hit that 9 darter, when he started the match like he did, 2 legs in averaging 107, 3 legs in, that's dropped to 90. And is that maybe an area that he can identify to improve on? When you hit a high level, just to maybe keep the heart rate down and carry it on.
Yeah, and if I could see something, I'd probably try and answer the reasons why it happens. But like I said, it's just about every dart, that replication of the throw each time. And I just sense sometimes it can be a little lackadaisical. His mind can wander.
131.
That's the only answer I can give, because at time, like I say, looks, well, look at that. I mean, it just looks brilliant. It makes the game look silly, stupid.
140.
Putting the pressure on Greg Richie here, though, and Ash Coleman in the practice room will be watching this with interest. His fate now lies in the hands of other players.
145.
Treble 19. Brilliant. Treble 16. That's the thing for me. 2 darts in that 3-dart visit. Perfect. The other one way off.
Well, it was a 160 finish, which was the highlight of the day for Greg Richie.
100.
Not to be with a 140 finish. And Jared Cole, this is where you start the intake of breath, because you just don't know what you're going to get. No problem whatsoever for Jared Cole. He's been superb in this game. He leads 3-1, averaging over 96. Just what Ashley Cole needed.
$44. $140. $95.
Just what Ashley Coleman needed. He's back in action in a couple of games' time.
60.
Before then, Greg Richie and Mike Warburton would have played each other, so he's going to know much more about his situation at that point, isn't he?
58.
But if Warburton can beat Richie as well, suddenly Ashley Coleman can start dreaming of Saturday night again.
43.
Richie determined to keep it in his own hands. Can he turn this around?
125.
Similar way to how he did against Coleman earlier today. That stunning 160 check out to get back in it. He went on to win the match 4-3.
140.
He just seems to have Greg Richie's number at the moment, doesn't he? However, he's a real bit of a fighter, is Greg Richie.
95. Jared Dakar, 118.
For a brilliant victory. May go treble 16.
39.
Well, this is huge. Every bit as big as that 160 we saw earlier. It might be smaller numerically, but it is monumental in terms of this group. And not only has he missed it, he's missed 82. It by a massive margin to leave himself on double 1.
It's the kind of performance we've been waiting for Jared Cole.
69. Greg Lucar 2.
First match dart squandered.
Tungsten tension leaving Richie on this target.
No score.
And that is the cardinal sin. Jared Cole may win the match, but really it's a win for Ashley Coleman. That totally changes things at the top of the table. Greg Richie was on a canter towards Saturday night. Coleman was looking like he was dead and buried, but Jared Cole has turned it on for a game to beat Richie 4-1, and suddenly Ash Coleman is back in the race. Max de Jong and Michael Begoy will play in the next game. Then after that, Richie meets Warburton. Do not go anywhere.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Has there been another twist? A big win for Jared Cole in the previous game over Greg Richie has turned this Group C campaign upside down. And the league table now is showing a very interesting read. Ashley Coleman did he look out of it with 10 points, with Greg Richie going into that game knowing there would be that 4 points clear? But that big win for Jared Cole means that Ashley Coleman is now only 2 points behind Greg Richie. Greg Richie's next game is against Mike Warburton, and Ashley Coleman's final 2 games against Michael Begoy and Max de Jong. So he'll fancy his chances in that one. 5th time they've played each other this week, Max de Jong and Michael Begoy, and it does feel like it's a dead rubber type thing, but I think it's a match that both players can sort of say on the final day they've got a win under the belt.
Yeah, de Jong beating Jared Cole, ironically, because Cole's then gone and beaten Greg Richie 4-1. Darts, eh? And they have the honour of the ace experienced official, Mr. Paul Hinks, about to get this game underway. Absolutely legendary referee. And we did have an in-depth chat with Paul Hinks.
First leg, Max to throw first. Game on.
And game on for that. Interview will be Saturday, will be airing. All is revealed about Paul Hinks's life before being a darts referee, about how he left the PDC, how he felt about that.
45.
And what he's doing now, enjoying life still with that love for darts.
Well, Michael Begoy has had a love of playing Max de Jong this week. They've played each other 4 times. And Michael Begoy has won this contest in 3 of those 4, so he'll fancy his chances. However, it does seem like a different Max de Jong today, and a lot of the issues that he had, he seems to have addressed overnight, and will fancy his chances in this game because there's been a lacklustre day so far for Begoy. This really is a toss the coin and pick it.
60.
Well, we just showed you the table at the start of this game, and actually, because Max de Jong has finally got his first win, Michael Begoy now finds himself bottom of the table. Now, we do refer to games as dead rubbers sometimes if players aren't in contention to make it through to finals night, but just a side note that you are paid prize money based on where you finish in the league table, so no game is a dead rubber in the minds of the players.
134.
Yeah, they've all got that competitive spirit in them. They don't want to see their name at the bottom of the table.
45.
Like I said, he's corrected those wrongs overnight. However, now it's that word expectation again. He's always a big underdog going into games, is Max. But goes into this one, like I say, Bucky's probably won't be able to split the pair of them.
Yeah, huge game coming up next, as Glenn alluded to, Richie versus Warburton. If Warby wins that, he would be through.
107. Michael Glenn, 107.
And he would give a lot of hope to Ashley Coleman, who has these 2 to play in his final 2. Now, Begoy, is he going to get the beating of de Jong once again? Is de Jong going to go 3 bulls here?
Like I said, who knows? He's gone for some strange old ways today. He's clearly come with a strategy today to go out and enjoy himself. That's exactly what he did do. I think.
Yep. 96.
You ever done that? Have you ever pulled that off in an exhibition, Glenn?
I will tell you that after this leg.
I've got a prediction, actually. I'll give you my scenario, and then you tell me if I'm right.
Max Car 54.
Just all a little bit scrappy with these 2. I think we've been blessed with some fantastic games today. It's double 18 for the Dutchman. That's a long, long way.
And not for the first time either. Good recovery, though, from de Jong to get the lead in this match. Yeah, I think, Glenn, this is how I envisage a Glenn Durrant exhibition going. Now, I think that you have left yourself on 150 before in an exhibition, and you've thought, I'll go 3 bulls, really entertain the crowd, and you've hit the bullseye,
44.
And then you've chickened out and gone treble 20 tops.
Do you know, I've actually got a decent personality when I was playing well in my exhibitions, but I do remember being in a jeweller's. They were sponsoring me, and each person that came into the shop would have a game with me on a rickety old board.
134.
And my last 3 darts of it was put a piece of paper over the board and hit 3 bullseyes. I think there was 3 in the crowd.
Yeah, but
44.
In that jeweller's, there would have been a lot of watchers, wouldn't there?
$97.
What is your party trick?
It was always putting the piece of paper over the board. And
100.
I mean, you try all these tricks as well. I mean, I've seen some fantastic... honestly, where we're sat now, to that dartboard, I watched Wayne Mardle hit double 1. It was the most amazing. It must have been a good 50 foot away from the dartboard. It was a 1
29.
in a 10 million shot. I think that's the greatest exhibition dart I ever saw. And I think that's why
100.
Wayne Mardle's recognised the best at exhibitions, the way he blows the dart in. Have you seen him hit the double when he actually blows the dart with his mouth into the double 10?
Yeah, fantastic. We had Nico Bloom here, didn't we, that was blowing the dart into the board. Not really hitting the targets he was going for, but it was good fun anyway. Also on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, we had our Blow Darts Challenge as well.
140.
Few players doing different things. We have all sorts of challenges that we get players to do. Make sure you have a look at some of those.
97.
Van Durant himself has done the bullseye challenge and he had a perfect record in it.
Yeah, Owen Binks spoilt that. I could have just hit the ball and danced my way through 59 seconds, but he made me throw a second dart.
But he had to make it about himself, didn't he?
Up the U's.
$53. Michael Carr, 116.
Best referees are the ones you don't notice, Glenn. Double 18.
98.
Players are pulling that
Max
a lot
Carr,
today.
48.
I think that landed in exactly the same position. When he was going for double 18. It was punished last time by De Jong. For double 14.
Game shot on the
I think
second
my
leg.
partner was
Max
there. He was
de
going
Jong.
tops double 4, but nice clean. Big 20 and right
Third leg,
smack
Max
bang in the
to
middle.
first.
And double 14. Michael Begoy will have got on this
Game on.
stage thinking, I'm having a bit of a disastrous Group C campaign, however. I've had the better over at Max de Jong. But so far it's the Dutchman that's got total control of this game right now.
Yeah, bizarrely on course for back-to-back wins after so many defeats on the spin.
140.
Remember, he lost all of his games yesterday. He only won one match on Wednesday.
125.
I think we use the term streaky. If we look at this Monday and Tuesday, he was going through bouts of winning games and bouts of losing games.
$30. $41.
Yeah, not being the day for Michael Begoy.
100.
Yeah, one thing I have enjoyed this week is the banter with the Burger Army. That's for sure. Sounds like he's got a great following. I'm not really sure how far Bedfordshire's away. My geography's useless, but had he qualified for Saturday night, I think they could have created a fantastic atmosphere. But he'll hope to be back. He'll learn so much here on debut. He'll know what he'll need to do next time.
I think it's manageable. I think Milton Keynes area.
64.
A couple of hours. I've done it myself after a Saturday night and then off to work at a PDT event up there.
Anything south of Middlesbrough is London to me, so...
100. Max
Yeah, Middlesbrough, of course, a great Yorkshire town. Now we're going to see something special from Max. Come on, then. Of course he's going to go for it. Who are you fooling?
What are you doing? You've had the 170 at the 167, Max.
142.
Shouldn't have gone for it. Should have laid up.
Should have laid up, yeah. No place in here for showboating.
$53. Max Car 25.
Do you think Michael's frustrated?
I don't know. It's not showing it, is he? Oh, what's he up to now? Double 11.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
by
Max
hook or
de
by
Jong.
crook, Max de Jong leads this match 3-0. Some questionable
Michael
decisions
is
from the
through first.
Dutchman.
Game on.
Even Paul Hinks was surprised by that route.
$60.
Yeah, I've been chatting with Michael. I'm hoping to get down to some ADCs where he lives. There's one or two players I'd like to play. Just need to find my darts. Where are they?
140.
Are you speaking literally here, or?
I'm just thinking I'm sat here in a fortnight's time. I play Michael van Gerwen in Alloa. That could be interesting. Will
135.
Will Michael win a leg against me? Is that the first time today it's landed there? And if you're wondering why I'm asking that question,
35.
4 days of the analysis of Max de Jong in his throat. It's too many darts on that small area of the 5.
133.
It is a unique sport, really, isn't it, darts? When you speak about exhibitions like that, you going up against Michael van Gerwen, you wouldn't really see it in any other sport, would you? It's like Neil Ruddock facing Ronaldo.
We're about the same size.
95.
Well, can Burger Boy get a leg on the board? 4-0 defeat to Greg Richie earlier on.
59.
4-0 defeat to Mike Warburton. And it looks like a potential 4-0 defeat to Max de Jong, though Begoy has the chance to avoid that here.
$100. Michael Yukar, 114.
A bit of anguish in the face there for de Jong, but looking good for Begoy to get back into this match. 90 points left.
42. Max Yukar, 131.
Treble 17 would be an option. So Begoy should get at least one dart to get a leg.
79.
And he may need
Michael
it now
Carr,
because that last
72.
dart has brought Max de Jong right back into this leg. This time it's going to be the tops. Will it be better than the double 18? No, it won't.
Max Yukar,
It's not from
52.
5 on the outer ring. And the wry smile tells you everything. And Max de Jong for a comfortable whitewash win.
Double 18. How many times he's missed that inside, but how many times he's hit double 9? Can't find it on this
34.
occasion. Another
Michael
chance
Yukar, 20.
for Burger Boy.
Surely can't miss after that dart. That's
Game
all
shown
about
the
the
fourth
first
player,
dart
Michael
there.
Begoy.
Just follow the same route, just kisses off the first
This
dart.
is Max to throw first.
Michael
Game on.
Begoy is back in this match. However, it's still with the darts of Max de Jong. He's still a heavy favourite for this game.
Look how happy he is. Did you see his face?
He's just a nice guy, Michael Begoy, isn't he? I can just tell.
$123.
Yeah, he will be very, very happy to have at least got a leg. Now he's thinking about
60.
getting a win. Could still come in this match.
$100.
Reminder, big games coming your way,
59.
folks. Greg Richie against Mike Warburton. The top 2 in the table will do the tungsten tango after this. And then the other player still in contention, Ashley Coleman, will take on this man, Max de Jong. We will be much closer to
60.
knowing whether it will be that top 2 that will go through to Saturday night or whether Coleman is still going to be in the fight.
You have to say it. It's Max de Jong's to lose
60.
from here. And feeling the anguish for Michael in the chat room as Shelley Begoy has watched all the games with us this week. And she totally understands the situation. He's on debut, he's learning, and he will be back. But once again, it's de Jong who says his best to last.
180.
Don't ask me how he's going to go for 38.
$57. Max Yukar, 38.
Double 17, double 1, double 1 I'm going for.
Game shot
How about that?
Max de Jong.
Straight, simple, easy. And a 4-1 win for Max de Jong, who makes it back-to-back victories on what has been a difficult day for Michael Begoy. No wins for him, but he does get his first leg of the day and still does have a couple more games to play. But he's got the moves, and he's moved off the bottom of the table. 4 points after that 4-1 win now for Max de Jong. The margin of victory, 3 legs in a battle between the bottom 2. But coming up next is a battle between the top 2 as Mike Warburton takes on Greg Richie. So, just 6 games left to go here at the Modus Super Series, and the biggest of the lot might be about to take place. Greg Richie against Mike Warburton is a battle between the top 2. They're there because Mike Warburton and Greg Richie have both beaten Ashley Coleman. Richie getting the better of Begoy early on, Coleman then winning against Jared Cole, and Warby beating Max de Jong. Richie and Warby then both getting wins, but crucially, both of them beating Warburton. But then, 2 games ago, Jared Cole defeating Greg Richie has just opened the door again for Ashley Coleman.
And we're getting to that stage now as we look at the league table where we get confirmation of place for Saturday night, and Mike Warburton with a win in this next match will guarantee qualification. For Greg Richie, who want to put that last game against Jared Cole aside, so a real top of the table clash. And for Ashley Coleman, he will beat Team Warburton.
Absolutely will. As Glenn rightly said, if Warby wins, he's done the job. He's through. He's lifted his level from yesterday. Took care of business with 4 wins from 5. Today it's 3 from 3. But that defeat for Greg Richie against Jared Cole could yet be damaging if it becomes back-to-back defeats. He's looking over his shoulder at Ashley Coleman, who takes on Max de Jong in the next game.
Yeah, a couple of things just to add to this match. I mean, yesterday it was a demolition job by Greg Richie on Mike Warburton. It was a 4-0 victory, averaged round about 97. And the second part, this could very much be a match tomorrow night as well. So I think they're the sort of things that'll be on the mind. And I'm not 100% certain Mike Warburton will know that this match is guaranteed qualification. I think he's the type of personality who just
100.
focus on every game. If I've done enough, then so be it. But looking forward to this. Sit back and enjoy.
And this is where Warburton's been so good today. Setting his intentions from the off.
180.
Yeah, and do you remember his first arch yesterday? They were barely reaching the treble 20.
134.
Yeah, he's really found his range today,
100.
Mike Warburton. Right in the nick of time. The man who knows how to get through, in his own words. And he may just be 4 legs away from making it to another Super Series finals night.
But once again, Greg Richie, fabulous start from him. What a match this could be.
140.
Ton 80, ton 40 for Mike Warburton. But Richie was first down to a finish and leaves
96.
a double.
Mike Ricard, 81.
81 points for Mike Warburton. You look at the 19s. You look at the 12 area. Just creeps in for bullseye.
56. Gregory Ricard, 40.
That was a chance to break the throw. Richie, though, maybe still hung over from that previous game where suddenly he started missing doubles, particularly tops and tens.
Mike Ricard, 25.
Yeah, good shout, Murph. He was not missing that for a day and a half. So double 8. As traditional as they come, is Mike Warburton on his finishing.
9.
However, I think he thought that second one was in. I don't anticipate any problems this time for Richie.
But he now does go down for 2 tens. And that will be a relief. Last dart in hand. Warburton had the opportunity there. 3 darts at double. 1 at the ball, 2 at double 8. But Richie holds his throat.
5 legs on the spin against Warburton for Greg Richie. Wasn't an awful lot of emotion there for Mike Warburton.
100.
And let's not forget that Warby has only lost 2 legs before this match today. Has really been dominant in all 3 of his
57.
games. 4-0 and 2 4-1s.
Yes, final game of the day against Jared Cole. No idea what performance we're going to get from Jared.
He has put himself in a position where it looks like he'll get through anyway, of course. He's already on 14 points. That's 4 clear of Coleman. So not only would he have to lose this, he'd have to lose to Cole, maybe heavily. And Coleman would need big wins. Richie is the one that
34.
Coleman will really think he can catch, just 2 points clear, but needs Warburton to do him a favour here.
And there we are. That's what a victory for Greg Richie
60.
would do. The only amendment would be is that second from the end column, legs difference. But we could be looking at the 2 qualifiers here.
55.
Yeah, I think whoever goes through will put up a fight on finals night out of those 3. Leonard Gates, remember, already there. David Evans in Group B. He looks as good as there as well. Fantastic start
100.
to his campaign last night. Andreas Harrison very much in contention, and it looks like either
93.
David Davis or
Michael
Connor
Cowell,
Scott joining
101.
them.
Yeah, lots more to come. I do enjoy the Friday when we see 5 more players enter the fray of Saturday night. Treble 10.
49.
To leave a 2-darter. Richie way back on 262. We're looking good for 1-1.
Yeah, it's a one-sided leg. Warburton doing all the damage on his own
56.
throw. Maybe kicking
Mike Ricard,
himself
52.
that this isn't for 2-0, just for 1-1 instead. But at least it is
On the
1-1.
second leg, Mike Warburton. Third leg, Greg to throw first. Game on. $121.
Well, Warburton just looks so focused here, Glenn. Just really does.
140.
Look like almost a bird of prey.
And that's the feeling we're getting from the chat room as well. He looks focused even when he's overjoyed.
125.
Paul Hinks getting in the mix.
$60.
Yeah, I had a walk to the venue with Paul Hinks this morning. He said it's a tough gig, this. If you're doing the whole week, 104 games, and like you say, with our brilliant
59.
referees, you don't even notice that they're there.
$140.
He's dominating the scoring power pack here. 3 tons. 4 140s under 180. Greg Richie very consistent
71.
around the 100 mark.
Mike Ricard, 161.
Chance here for Warburton. Would be a breaker throw as well. And he knows how to do this 161. We've seen it this week.
Well, Warby's not going to get the whopper here. Might go for the bull.
65.
Takes off the one.
Greg Ricard,
Leaves the 2 darter.
125.
Richie may start on the bull. Brilliant.
105.
But again, it's the double
Mike
top
Ricard,
that seems to be causing him trouble.
Yeah, ever since that 160 went in, it's been a bit of a problem since. He's not usually one for double-double. I'm not really sure
56. Greg Ricard, 20.
what that was for there, but a chance for Richie. No, he says.
He's
No
just starting to
score.
miss
Mike
when it
Ricard,
really
40.
matters, isn't he? At the wrong time, Greg Richie suddenly seems to be exhibiting signs that he's feeling the pressure.
Dare I say, total opposite campaigns for these two. It's
Game
been a
shot of the
slow
third leg,
start
Mike
to the week for Mike
Warburton.
Warburton, but he's getting better and better. Whereas Greg Richie,
Fourth leg Mike to throw
he
first.
started this
Game
Group
on.
7 campaign absolutely incredibly. Is he just petering off slightly?
Are we almost seeing the passing of the baton here as Warburton overtakes Richie and potentially disappears into the
99.
distance? Let's remember here, if Warby wins this match, he is through, doesn't have to worry. He will have done it with a game to spare.
Yeah, 16 points being enough in this Group C.
180.
But sometimes I think we've done it a couple of times. You begin to write Greg Richie off. And he produces darts like this, but he is up against someone, like you said, looks so focused, doesn't he?
100.
Yeah, he knows what it's all about, and Richie knows he's going to have to produce the big guns to get himself back into this. And there are
177.
6 of the best.
Well, you did promise us a second 9 dart. It's been a sensational week of darts. Topped off with that incredible 9 darter.
140.
Are we about to see something very, very special?
Jared Cole in this group yesterday produced a perfect leg. Greg Richie wants double 12. So close, yet so far.
Wow.
Stunned silence. Mike Warburton, he wanted it to go in, didn't he, even in the context of this match? But does that do any good for the Greg Richie heart rate?
81.
Got to make it confident. But how many times do we say that you're on for a 9 and lose the leg? It's about concentration now.
Well, he's got the 9. Didn't want it. Double 4. Didn't get it. Mike Warburton here might be able to take full advantage amongst all the excitement. If he can keep calm and carry on, this could be a huge leg. Not just for him, but also for Ashley Coleman in the practice room.
He leaves this 81 so many times. It's bullseye. This would hurt.
56. Greg Ricard, 4. No score.
Well, this has
Mike
turned
Ricard, 25.
into a horror show. From the sublime to the ridiculous. Double 8.
Game
Warburton
shot of the
takes
fourth
full
leg. Mike
advantage.
Warburton.
Greg Richie missed double 12 for a 9 darter. Ended up losing the
Looks like
leg.
Greg to throw first. Game on.
That was incredible. I mean, whether it was jokingly, but my co-commentator Chris Murphy said we will get a second 9 this week, but it has to be the commentator's line of the week. When he's going for that double 12, he hits the big 9. We see the 9.
140.
It was like a surreal moment, that, because it would have been the second of the week, a history-making double 12.
180.
Well, that is incredible. And it kind of sums up what's happened here to Greg Richie. Look, he still might make finals night, but 100. This has very, very quickly started to go wrong.
$140.
I know he's a big Hibernian fan, and the famous Proclaimers song that they sing starts with the line, "My heart was broken." Well, his might be at the end of the day.
100. Greg O'Connor, 90.
To get back in this match. So you can leave it pretty.
50. Mike O'Connor, 161.
Well, his heart would be broken now, wouldn't it?
Look at the focus. I haven't seen this from Mike Warburton this week. I think he fancies this, you know.
Question is, do you fancy Greg Richie on tops?
81. Greg O'Connor, 40.
All of a sudden he's hit the collie wobbles, hasn't he? Is he overthinking the situation?
That's a good marker, though. Is that too close? Has it made it harder? He's had to move. What a dart that is. He's opened up the angle there, hasn't he? If he just stayed where he was, he felt he couldn't hit it. So he stepped across slightly. And to do that under the pressure that he's under now, that is an absolutely exceptional dart.
Yeah, great sportsmanship from Mike Warburton. A big well done. It was appreciated by Richie, but Warburton then got on and straight back in the treble 20. It might not have the staggering averages that we've seen. 2 from 18 for Greg Richie. The doubles has been the stumbling block, isn't it?
Well, I'll say it quietly, Glenn, but he could be on it again. I don't think he wants to be on it. I think it got the heart rate going and caused an unnecessary distraction earlier in the match.
Of course he wants it.
100.
But he ain't getting it. But could he get the win? Because he has put himself in a decent position. 6 darts shown. 6 darts thrown apiece, and Richie has the advantage.
100.
Ton 40, 60 ton. That's normally good enough. All right, this moment, Greg Richie looks inspired.
140.
What a performance this is. You can see the grit of the teeth there from Warburton once again.
100.
Well, you were mentioning, Glenn, just a moment ago how often Mike Warburton was leaving 81. He's been unable to take it out. Is Richie going to show him how? Went for a double-double.
21. Mike Ricard, 101.
Room 101 for that route. This for the match.
Dr. Durrant disapproves.
41.
But when he's been having trouble on tops, albeit hitting it in the previous leg, 60's not the ideal checkout, is it? That's out of the way, though. And that is on the money. Richie could be on the march.
Yeah, all based on that first dart. It was precariously close to the one, but just meant that he didn't have to move, didn't have to manoeuvre around the hockey for that double top. And fair play to Greg Richie.
135.
Oh, this is fantastic. Like I said, he's had that disappointment of missing the 9, losing the leg, 3-1 down. Warburton looking really good. But Greg Richie has answered all those questions once again. This is a beauty of a game.
Yeah, it's had a bit of everything, and now there are 3 players really under pressure suddenly.
96.
2 on the stage, 1 in the practice room. Ashley Coleman, who will want Warby to win. He'll want him to go through and leave Greg Richie vulnerable. Richie himself wants to make sure that doesn't happen.
180.
What a fantastic Group C this has been. Mike Warburton not giving up here.
Well, the timing of that. He's turned this leg
140.
arguably back in his favour. I say arguably because 130 is a nice finish as well.
Yeah, it's the little fish for Greg Richie. Doesn't move again. How can you hit that treble 20?
60. Greg O'Carr, 130.
Just in the space of 3 darts each. However,
33. Mike O'Carr,
well, that's a real mess,
121.
really. And Mike Warburton might be about to punish Greg Richie to the hilt.
treble 17.
57. Greg O'Carr, 97.
It's been a fabulous match. He was 3-1 down. But it's Warburton first
Mike O'Carr, 64.
to a double.
And this to book his place in finals night. It'll just be the one. At tops. And Mike Warburton is through to Saturday at the Super Series. It's a dart in the heart of Greg Richie, who now is in a vulnerable position. But Warby will take centre stage under the flashing lights on finals night. The Welshman is there. He's taken care of business. He's taken care of Greg Richie, who in that match missed double 12 for what would have been a second 9-darter of this group after Jared Cole hit one yesterday. But the other winner from the outcome of that match is Ashley Coleman. He still has a chance to qualify, and he can bolster his bid when he takes on Max de Jong after the break.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Good Friday, and it's certainly been good darts so far, and we have our second player into Saturday night's final. Mike Warburton has been a revelation today. He's looked absolutely superb, and even got the dance moves to boot. It looked done and dusted for the two qualifiers at one point. However, that man just retrieving his darts, Ashley Coleman, is back in the mix. The fact that Greg Richie is just having a few issues at the moment getting over that line. Ashley Coleman is the player that could benefit, but he is up against a player who seems to have found his form again. He's on the back of 2 wins. About an hour ago, you felt that this game was a bit of a gimme for Ashley Coleman. However, with the combination of that potential qualification and Max playing well, this could be an intriguing game, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, certainly could. And Coleman, well, he does need to get the win. He wouldn't necessarily be completely out, but he'd again be relying on a favour. He'd be actually relying on a favour from the man he's playing now, in Max de Jong. Now, if Coleman were to lose this match, and it's unlikely based on both players' curves in this group, but if he was to lose this match 4-0, then he would be 8 legs and 2 points behind Greg Richie, so would be needing a 4-0 win for him. 4-0 defeat for Greg Richie in the last match. So whatever the outcome of the game is, it won't be over yet. And I'm sure the game is about to get underway.
Yeah, it was a fairly tight affair between the two of them yesterday. It was a 4-2 victory for Ashley Coleman, approaching the board now. I don't know, so many people are watching when he does play. And like you say, he's been an absolute credit to himself. And now we're just coming to that finale. 2 games where Ashley will actually be favourite for both of those games. So it just brings different feelings. And we've talked about the fact that Ashley Coleman does like to play the quick players. 2 of his best games this week has been against Greg Richie. One of them was a game I don't think I'll forget on this. It was a proper Super Series classic. Whereas Max is probably the most methodical player out the 6. And this will test the sort of the mental fortitude of Ashley Coleman. But you'd expect Coleman to win this match, and he would move on the same points as Greg Richie.
100.
Yeah, the only sort of counter argument to that would be the fact that de Jong has won his last 2 games, including a win against Jared Cole, an impressive one. But Coleman
140.
should be buoyed by the last couple of results for Greg Richie. In the space of the last hour or so, he's been beaten by Cole and Warburton, who is now through. And a win here for Coleman, and he could get himself level on points. If he can win this match 4-0, he'd actually be level in every metric with Greg Richie. 12 points, a +9 leg difference, and 29 legs
55.
won.
I think he'll take a 4-3 win, because even just them last 3 darts there from Max, he does look a better player today. I think when he looks back, it started nicely, but that Thursday was a horror show for him. Day 1 of this Group C campaign, everything could go wrong. And fair play to him. He's really bounced back today and looked a proper player.
It could actually end up coming down, couldn't it, to margin of victory against Max de Jong.
26.
Coleman still has Michael Begoy to play. Greg Richie's last game is against Max. Mike Warburton will have his victory parade against Jared Cole, who has 2 games left. Begoy and Warby.
28.
Yeah, so many people in the chat room are mentioning the fact that dance move from Warburton. But hasn't he played well today? Been a lovely group. Still none the wiser who's going through that second qualification. But Ashley Coleman had control of this leg. However, scores of 55, 26 and 60 has brought Max de Jong back into this leg.
Yeah, Warby could yet go through the card today.
127. Ashley Coleman 120.
Ashley Coleman, after 2 defeats to the top 2, Warburton and Richie, looking to get back on course.
80. Max Coleman 46.
Had a fair old wait since that defeat against Mike Warburton. A lot's happened since then. He'll just be very happy to still be in this race, you feel. But de Jong can make it difficult by breaking in leg 1.
He's gone for some straight routes. There are different routes on his finish in there, but a very traditional 6 double top there for Max de Jong, taking this game very, very seriously. He probably knows the implications and doesn't want to be disrespectful to anybody. And like I say, can play a major role, a major spoiler role. And for the first time, Ashley Coleman is deep, deep in thought. And as he stands there for what will be about 20-25 seconds. He doesn't look as comfortable than when he's just stood there a couple of seconds behind these super quick players. But it's all part of the learning process.
60.
It's a difficult thing for Coleman to deal with. You think back to that match he had against Greg Richie, albeit coming out on the wrong end of it, but he was able just to pretty much collect his darts, walk back round, and go straight up to the hockey, wasn't he? When he's playing against a player much more methodical like Max de Jong, that presents its own challenge.
Yeah, and that's all part of the learning curve, as we mentioned there.
100.
But also just looking over, he's just using an awful lot of energy there. Just look at your darts, make sure everything's in place.
57.
I'm just looking at it. It takes Max de Jong effectively twice as long. Be a good nickname, that, wouldn't it? Twice as long de Jong.
41.
He was going for double top, wasn't he, to leave 170 there?
He's walked in this morning. He's going to try a few things differently. However, what I would say here is he's got one player watching this with eagle eyes, and Greg Richie. It seems to be suiting him, the fact he's going these different ways. It's relaxing him.
Does it? I'm telling you, I'm going to make a comment now, and you might think it's very mean, Glenn, but he is trying
86.
a few different things. None of them are coming off. The only one that came off was that unorthodox treble 20 double 17 finish, wasn't it?
104.
Which he likes anyway, double 17. So for him, it wasn't unorthodox.
Yeah, and I thought it went out the window when he had that 46 finish. I was looking at something bizarre which he was going to finish on.
64.
Coleman needs to get going here. He might need to take this out. He's standing in a precarious position right now.
90. Match 40.
De Jong wants tops for 2-0. Ashley Coleman's been given this opportunity. Do not waste it.
Yeah, for a couple of days, you look mustard on the doubles. He had a bit of a
wobble.
wobble.
The second leg, Max de Jong.
Wednesday, Thursday, he does like to celebrate. You can still see it's meaning an awful lot to him to get over that winning line. We talked yesterday about how streaky of a player is. He can go through 3 or 4 wins on the spin like he did on Monday. But he's also susceptible to doing exactly the same on losses. And right now, he's on the back of 2 wins. You have to say he's looking good for the 3rd win. And the big winner here is Greg Richie,
who ironically will take on Max de Jong in a match that might see him qualify with victory.
140.
He keeps trying, doesn't he? Bless him.
40.
Yeah, he's already let go of the dart. I think it looks better than it actually was. I think the only real blind 180 I ever saw was the Adrian Lewis one.
How did you see a blind 180?
140.
What's interesting here is Max de Jong has suddenly just woken up. He could be on for 3 straight wins.
45.
He hadn't won a match before that.
And that could be the argument to you. You're sat and comms moaning that I'm doing this, that and the other, but I'm winning matches because I'm not tense, I'm not tight no more, I'm enjoying myself, I'm doing something different. So be quiet in the comms box and let me get on with what I'm doing and winning games.
100. Max your car 136.
Well, what can he do here? What way would he go here?
I think for a moment he was looking at bull double 18, but he'll stay there for the treble.
60.
Well, Coleman now he needs to win this leg. He's
75.
been given a second chance.
Max your car 76.
And it just hasn't happened for Ash in this game.
Well, if he's enjoying himself, this should go.
40.
He keeps leaving that double 18, but I can't think the
101.
last time he actually hit it.
I think this is madness from Max de Jong, to be honest.
61.
He'll disagree because
Mark
he's a
Shukar,
dart away
36.
now from 3-0. And it means an awful lot to them. It's not like he's taken this for granted. Watch his reaction when the doubles go in.
Double 9 has been decent to him. Double 18 hasn't. That is a massive dart in the context of this group.
And look at the reaction.
Fourth leg Max to throw first.
Ash Coleman is going to have to pull off the great escape here if he's going to turn this around. This is the worst possible outcome incoming here for that man. He find himself in a situation, I think, well, I'll double check the math, but where Richie might only need a leg against de Jong to qualify.
41.
Never mind a win.
Yeah, he has to win this match for me.
One of them, folks.
Well, you said at the start of it it'd take 4-3. No doubt about that one now.
Yeah, Max is averaging around about the 81 mark. Like I said, it's not like Ashley can look back and say, I was just up against an inspired Max de Jong.
One of them, folks.
I just think he's dictated the pace, he's controlled the game. It's been real controlled aggression, and I think it's even bamboozled Ashley a little bit, the
41.
whole pace, the whole direction of his finishing.
Just a word on de Jong as well. We spoke earlier that the players are paid on a sliding scale of prize money. The higher you finish in the table, the more money you'll get. Well, he could actually finish above Jared Cole. He could move up to 4th. Despite starting the day bottom of the table without a win to his name.
Yeah, averaging over 86 now, just shy on 87.
60.
And a 140 here.
$45.
What has Ashley Coleman got left? Is there anything in the tank?
65. Max Shukar, 135.
Doesn't need to start in the bullseye with his opponent on 195. But there again, I've given up working out the finishes for this man.
I'm just wondering as well if that dart towards the bull for Coleman was an indication that he's pretty much given up.
81.
But he'll have to learn from this, Ashley. He's not going to be playing Greg Richie every time he plays darts. Like I say, he's got some fantastic wins under his belt. Q-School beat Fallon Sherrick.
Max Shukar, 54.
Well, who saw this coming? Max de Jong lost his first 6 matches in this group. Almost another twist in the tail there. But he does get a dart at double 18. Hasn't hit that since last Tuesday. But he has hit double 9 quite often.
36.
Not this time.
Ashley Shukar,
Surely
138.
not. He's shown no sign of doing anything like this. And it won't happen here.
Yeah, it's been the horror show for the Prince of Darkness, that's for sure, Ashley Coleman.
41.
And maybe his
Max
chances of
Shukar,
qualification
18.
have now gone. Because Max de Jong has played that spoiler role and wins the
Game
match
shot on the
4-0.
match, Max de
And
Jong.
just look at that reaction there. Magnanimous in defeat, as always, is Ashley Coleman. He's been an absolute credit to himself, but it's looking very, very good. And look at that reaction from Max de Jong. 3 on the spin, and he's really saved his best till the final day here for himself at the Modus Super Series. Averaging round about 85 to 90 throughout, 82.36. Excellent on the outer ring. Max de Jong is having his best day here at the Modus Super Series. As we move on to the final games in this match of 4, it's Jared Cole against Michael Begoy.
So it looks like we know the direction of this group now, with Mike Warburton already through, Greg Richie set to join him, Ashley Coleman clinging on but just by his fingernails after a disappointing 4-0 defeat at the hands of Max de Jong. And now we have a couple of players that already know they will not be in action on Saturday night. It's time for the barbecue battle between Cole and Burger Boy on the Super Series stage. Jared Cole, who produced the moment of the group so far with that 9-dart finish yesterday.
Game on.
Michael Begoy still scratching around looking for his first win of today. He's enjoyed his week here. I know he's got plans to come and watch
59
in the audience tomorrow night. He still will be here, but he won't be on the stage. What lessons can he learn from his week, Glenn?
60.
I mean, it could even be about what time to get into the venue. It could be his practice routines, how to peak at the right time.
45.
Not necessarily to sure that we've seen the best of his quality. When you look at some of the averages he's been posted on the ADC, it's how's he going to produce it on there. And I think it goes back to that old adage as well. It just didn't start well on Monday.
60.
He showed a glimmer of the form he can do on Wednesday. But the Group C campaign, that opening game, if he gets off to a good start, then maybe
57.
he kicks on there. So he knows that the quality's there. It's just easier said than done. Once you go on that stage, you have to learn how to find it when you're up there. But he's always played with a smile on his face. And he will be remembered for giving Jared a big hug yesterday when he hit the 9-darter.
That came in this game. And you could see a perfect leg at finals night. I have suggested we might get 2 this week. We've never had one at finals night. You can book your tickets to be here on Saturday at the Super Series. All you have to do is go to dartshop.tv.
43. Michael Carr, 160. $60. $180. Michael Carr, 100.
An inquisitive look there from Jared Cole. These are 2 tops for Begoy. No, it's a traditional for double 10.
80. Jared Carr, 57.
Beautiful setup plays given up. Opportunity here for Cole. This has been his issue.
17. Michael Carr, 20.
Double 10 then. Got his first leg of the day in his previous match, Michael Begoy. Oh, can he get his first
16.
win in this match? It's just
Jared
become a little
40.
more difficult, or will become more difficult, if Cole can land tops. Or 10s. Or double 5.
35.
And he can't get any.
Michael Carr, 4.
I think the pair of them have had a bit of a nightmare on the outer ring.
No score.
That's 11 missed
5.
darts, a double in this opening leg between them.
No score.
Keep
Michael
counting,
Carr,
keep
4.
counting.
Yeah, I think Jared Cole's even playing quicker than Ashley Coleman right now, which is another sign that he's a frustrated player. Just a case of probably bashing through them first 2. Even a bit of luck with this dart.
He
bashes it through, tickles the tungsten, and hits the double 2. Smiles all round.
Second leg, Michael did
But inside
first.
they will be raging. But it's 1-0. And he stops the rot against Jared Cole. Remember, Jared did beat Michael 4-0 yesterday. That just might relax Begoy. And the Burger Boy looking for a max.
125. $58.
Been a funny old day for Jared Cole. Just one victory. It came against Greg Richie and just opened up the group for a moment or two, but that has closed up again now
80.
After that defeat 4-0 for Ashley Coleman against Max de Jong.
Yeah, I just sense as well, Chris, that I think Jared will be. I know what the commentators are saying. I know it's been a funny old day. I know I look brilliant at times, and like I say, the puzzle is how's he going to sort that consistency out? How's he going to that flashes of brilliance? How's he going to make that longer?
Some might think that you're talking nonsense there, Glenn. That players aren't thinking about what commentators say, but you're actually speaking from experience, aren't you? Because I remember a time when you said to me you were on the Pro Tour and you could hear the voice of the commentators as you were going for the doubles.
122.
I could. This is where Glenn comes into his own. 74 finish. We know there, and that confidence just went onto the dartboard.
60. Michael Lucar,
A few players here at the Super Series have said they've heard the commentators as well. Double 10. Does Begoy come into his own? Oh, that's a mess.
69.
It's a miss and a mess.
Lucar, 144.
That's how frustrating the game is. Michael Begoy is so much better than this. He knows that. We know
56.
that.
Michael Lucar, 5.
It just gets to be a lonely place on the Rocky. It starts full of excitement, and it can really bite you on the bottom. He's back on this double 2. He bashed it through last time.
1. Lucar, 88.
What can Cole come up with here then? 88 required. 18 would leave the bull. No intention of going for the treble,
63.
but
Michael
can't
Lucar,
find the
4.
bullseye. Double 1.
Game shot on the second.
Found by Begoy, who doubles his lead in this game.
Third leg Jared to throw first. Game on. $60. $100.
Better from Begoy. I was about to say guaranteed max from
100.
Like I said, if you don't know Jared Cole, I don't think you can meet a nicer dart player. Like you said, he's fantastically well spoken.
85.
Incredibly ambitious as well. It's just been one of those group campaigns. And just looking at his body language now, it's a case of
45.
End this now for me.
Yeah, as we've said, it is difficult. He still has to fend off the fight of Max de Jong in terms of where he finishes in this
58.
group. Could get worse for Jared Cole. And if Begoy beats him here, he could still get to the same amount of points as well. He won't be closing the leg difference, but it'll look a lot worse when it being joint bottom.
60. $57.
Well, from all the excitement that we've had in this Group C campaign, this game just feels a bit of a damn squib right now.
140.
I thought I was going to talk in another maximum. I had to laugh at that one on social media yesterday. I was talking about inconsistency of Jared Cole. He then done 6 perfect darts to end the leg and then smashed in the 9 darter.
135. Jared Cole, 96.
There's a 1-2-8 checkout followed by a 9-dart finish, wasn't it? And that's pretty perfect.
Game shot on the third leg, Jared Cole.
From Jared Cole, who announces himself in this match.
Fourth leg, Michael.
Doesn't look very happy about it, does he?
$100.
Yeah, my mind sort of goes to Group B tonight as well. This one looks pretty much done and dusted with Greg Richie up next.
140.
He should gain automatic qualification after that game.
That will only need a single leg
100.
to confirm his place at finals night alongside Mike Warburton and, of course, a Group A winner, Leonard Gates. And if you want to be there, tickets are available via dartshop.tv.
57.
Or a bit of magic by this QR code. Boosh.
There you go, Glenn. Quick response. Scan that straight to the ticket page. Book yours for just a £2 booking fee, and you can have that VIP experience of being part of the select few here at a Super Series Saturday.
140.
Can you just criticise Jared Cole quickly, Glenn? Because if you do, he'll hit a 164 checkout.
45. Jared Cole 164.
Inconsistent Jared Cole. Come on, son.
No, you should have carried on, Glenn. Carry on the criticism.
136.
Good point.
Michael 160.
I can't be nice to Michael Begoy because he's just too nice of a person.
100.
Well, double 14 for parity after 4 legs. And it is all square between Cole and Begoy.
Fifth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on. $57.
Yeah, 2-0 down. Jared Cole was looking just a little deflated. Back in this match 45. At 2-2. It just seems that Begoy has hit the skids.
Reminder, Jong meets Richie in the next game. Richie needs 1 leg to qualify, then Warburton already 30. Through. He faces Cole before Begoy brings an end to his campaign with a meeting against Ashley Coleman, who's given it a good go on his Super Series debut, but has been unable 60. To repeat the form that he produced on Thursday here on Friday.
134. $58.
I think that's one of the common questions that we get asked as well. You know, when you're chattering away to yourself, dart players, what are you saying? Michael Begoy is doing 100. That. You just see him talking away to himself.
$85. $100.
Much more purposeful this from Jared Cole. After losing that first pair of legs, suddenly he's raised his level.
59. Jared Cole 80.
Was looking for treble 13 to tee up 26. Tops. Doesn't matter really. He will be back.
Yeah, 2 from 10 on the outer ring so far for Jared Cole. But there's not a great deal coming back from Begoy.
100.
2 from 16 on the doubles. This has been the problem for the pair of them.
Game shown on the fifth
Jared
leg.
Cole bucks that trend, and from 2-0 down, Jared Cole leads 3-2.
6 leg Michael to throw first. Game on.
Good first dart. Good second dart. Good third dart.
180.
Made it look easy.
140.
Come on, Michael.
$99.
That is first 180 of the match, having scored 10 scores between 100 and 139.
100.
Jared Cole's much more spread out between single and 2 treble turns.
Yeah, it's a funny old stat there for Michael. 10 tons in the 180.
58. $26. Michael, your car 164.
We haven't seen many 4-3s today.
just 3. Richie in probably the most important match when you look back against Coleman. Max de Jong against Cole and Warburton against Richie in another really crucial contest.
81. Michael Lucar, 40.
Tends to have been the big ones that have gone the distance.
It's top of the shot for Begoy.
20. Jared Lucar, 154.
This definitely goes. I'm being nice.
No, you need to be nasty.
Oh, yeah, I got it the wrong way around there, didn't I? He'd be useless with the second and third. Oh,
Michael Lucar, 20.
Double 10 for a last leg shootout, and Michael Begoy deserves at least that. But he might not get it.
Yeah,
it's been a game that neither will remember. Michael Begoy searching for his first victory today, led 2-0. And Jericho, without being at his sparkling best, gets over the winning line in the end for a 4-2 victory against the luckless Begoy. However, that smile remains on the face of the man from Bedfordshire. And Jericho, a lot of respect there between the pair of them, but a big game is coming up next. It's Greg Richie looking for one leg for qualification. He plays Max de Jong. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And it's all about that man there, Greg Richie. He's been absolutely superb in this Group C campaign. However, he just sort of hit the collie wobbles a little bit. But if you'd have asked him, going into your final game, you only need one leg. Against the inspired Max de Jong, it has to be fair. He's won his last 3 games. But Greg Richie will fancy his chances of joining Mike Warburton into Saturday night's final. It's been a really good up and down Group C. Seeing that incredible 9 data that we won't forget. And like I say, Richie was the man of the match from yesterday, topped the table. Few issues today. And there could be that scenario where he may not even realise that only one leg's enough here. So he'll be given absolutely everything.
Yeah, just has to rubber stamp his Saturday
100.
spot with that solitary leg required. But as Glenn said, might not be as easy as he thinks. Ashley Coleman found that out in the previous match against Max de Jong.
134.
Well, we said that Greg Richie was the man of the match yesterday. However, if he did have one game where he really stumbled, it was a lacklustre win over Max de Jong. But Max just looks a different player today.
Yeah, the only way for Ashley Coleman to go through,
100.
just for those who are still clinging on to that hope, is that Greg Richie loses this match 4-0 and then Coleman beats Michael Begoy by the
93.
same 4-0 scoreline. Even then, he would only go through by virtue of their head-to-head legs record.
$140. 96. Max your car 161. $53.
So Richie looking to set up his first chance to get that glorious leg.
Yeah, beautiful ton 40 there. To leave a single, double for the first leg, and that desired leg that he needs, remember. Unless Max de Jong can find the treble 19. He doesn't. So very, very early in this match,
41.
Greg Richie
38.
can get himself to Saturday night.
Hunting down double 19, and that is the
Richie.
dart that sees Greg Richie qualify for finals night here at the Super Series. Richie goes through, along with Mike Warburton, joining Leonard Gates, who won Group 8.
And the fist pump at the end of it tells me he knew exactly what the scenario was. And now he can just go and enjoy himself, because all that tension and anxiety that may have been in his body will have evaporated, and his mind already will go on to tomorrow night.
Reminder as well that
50.
The final 3 spots will be filled this evening. Do join us from 10 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
93. $140.
Yeah, whatever happens, Max de Jong can sort of look back at today. How was he feeling? How was he so competitive? Why was he so competitive? But he is up against a Greg Richie that will play a major part tomorrow night. He has that explosiveness. An opportunity for 11 darter here
100. Greg your car
to reaffirm that explosiveness. It looked very awkward. Treble 12 was a good option there.
38.
But no dramas. Opponents on the way back on 2-1-1.
$100. Greg your car 50.
Well, he can have some fun now if he wants to have fun. But he's been very businesslike, Greg Richie. That's why he's found himself in the position he's in. Max de Jong has been having fun.
111.
The Nelson. Yeah, he's an interesting character, is Max. When you think of Dutch players, you think of the lightning quick players. One of the most methodical, very reminiscent of maybe Ron Moulenkamp, who we've seen here recently. But it's 2-0 to Greg Richie. And super quick time once again. He's such a rapid player.
Third leg Max to through first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 legs achieved very quickly.
Warming up nicely, isn't it, for Saturday night? Leonard Gates, Mike Warburton, Greg Richie. Three real big hitters. David Evans has probably got 1 foot in there for Saturday night as well. Still think Connor Scott has something to say tonight.
Possibility of various nationalities. We've got the USA's Gates, Richie from Scotland, Warburton from Wales, Harrison could join from Sweden, Evan from England. And then it would be a further English or Welsh player based on who else gets through.
60.
It's not just a local tournament, this, is it? It is worldwide.
Yeah, what started off as sort of webcam darts during lockdown for these players, and just to see the reaction when I listened to Ashley Coleman's interview yesterday. He said he was walking from work to see he got the call that for the invite to the Modus Super Series, and he couldn't quite believe it.
99.
That's where they're at right now.
$134.
I'll leave the 170. I think he deserves a moment, doesn't he? A real moment for the highlight reel, Greg Richie.
He does, but I just get the sense he's just leave me under the radar. I'll just take the money.
125.
Put myself in the pot for 25 grand in a few weeks' time at the Champions Week. Or does he want a part of that reel?
Couldn't reel it in.
Max Ricard, 157.
He'll start downstairs first. Will it be that ladder of success?
$99. Greg Carr, 72.
So 72. That leaves double 12 for 3-0.
48. Max Ricard, 58.
To get back in this match.
$38. Greg Carr, 24.
Back to that double 12 target. Double 6. Down for double 3.
18. Max Ricard, 20.
Yeah, 2 from 11 on the outer ring for Greg Richie. Double 5 has been kind.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Saviour once again. Seeing the reaction from to tell you how much he wants to win every leg that he plays.
First. Game on.
And Greg Richie's in that situation where he knows he's got qualification, but you don't want to go into Saturday night on a defeat or a disappointing one. Remember his previous game.
140.
He lost to Jared Cole and to Mike Warburton. You don't want to go into Saturday night, Chris, with 3 losses on the spin.
Absolutely not. It would be sort of falling over the line, wouldn't it?
85. $58.
It's all gone a little quiet now.
$95.
Should start downstairs on the 19s. It doesn't feel like a great performance from Greg Richie with 2 from 11 on the outer rim, but he's averaging 96. And that's the kind of argument I've got, that he can become a real player tomorrow night, because it does feel more of a knockout, despite the fact that the opening couple of matches are a round-robin based.
108.
And there's the reaction again from Max de Jong, who's shown enough today to suggest he will be back.
Seems to have so many 2 treble turns, doesn't he, Greg Richie? So many.
122.
There's another one to tee up tops.
Yeah, he's a super player. It hasn't gone perfectly well for him today, but he's done enough. 84 points left.
Went for tops ball there.
89.
Shades of Peter
Greg, your
Manley.
car 40.
What was I thinking? For a 3-1 lead.
Shot on the fourth leg, Greg Richie.
No histrionics, no emotion, no screaming and shouting. Just gets on with his job. He's good to watch. And he's given us a look as well.
Yeah, you only needed one leg, Greg, but you still do need to complete the match, mate.
Yeah, I think my opening line was, does he know that he needs that one leg? But the reaction when that double 19 went in.
Yep, Greg's on a roll.
81.
I like that, Butty.
Warburton next. Then the Burger Boy.
Who'll win the door?
100.
Piece of cake, hasn't it, for Greg Richie in this group. He had that little wobble, as you mentioned, but never really looked like
134.
falling out of the top two at any point.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get a chance to have a little chat with Greg as well, just to see if there was any panic in there.
58.
And as you mentioned earlier, it looked like he was fully aware of what he needed to do in this match. Of course, he just want to sign off with a win.
93.
Is it the beginning of the end? Or can Max de Jong keep this game going? Have you seen enough from Max this week, Chris, to say he'll be back again?
52.
I don't know. You know, I think it would probably be another qualifier route for de Jong.
59.
I think sometimes you see players that come, they only get 2 days, and you think maybe they would benefit from a week. I think Devon Peterson actually was an example of that last week. He really struggled on Thursday, excellent on Friday. But for de Jong, it has been a long laboured week where actually he sort of started okay and finished okay,
46.
but
Gregor
the bit in the middle was
134.
difficult for him.
Well, there could be his 3 last starts, because this would be for the match. It's not to be.
58. Max Car 120.
Well, we talked about him being good at the beginning of the week, and it was these types of finishes. But it's not to be this time. Greg Richie can see that winning line.
33. Gregor Car 76.
So to get the job done, double eights.
Game
Very
shot of the
nice.
match, Greg
That's the
Richie.
way to do it. Greg Richie on his way to finals night sees off Max de Jong 4-1 in a match that confirms his qualification. He'll join Mike Warburton and Leonard Gates, and look at the numbers there, 94.9. The average 5-ton 40 is a maximum in there as well, and the 76 finish to defeat de Jong. That's the last we will see of Max here at the Super Series for now, but Greg Richie will be back in action on Saturday night, as will Mike Warburton, who's in action next against Jared Colt.
So there we have it, confirmation of the 2 players through to finals night from Group C. Mike Warburton and Greg Richie are the players that will be progressing. Warburton winning the group, and he's about to play his last match against Jared Cole. Greg Richie got the result he needed in the previous match and has fended off that little bit of a fight back from Ashley Coleman. So it's Richie who goes through, and Greg is talking to Glenn.
Well, first of all, Greg Richie, many congratulations. But I've got to ask, going into that final game, did you realise that you only needed the 1 leg?
I did, but Max took the pressure off big time when he beat Ashley 4-0. That took the pressure right off, but I knew I needed a leg.
What was it like sort of backstage? Is there plenty of talk going on of you need to do this? Because it was 2 from 3 for a long part of this Group C campaign.
Yeah, I don't know if he's meaning it, but Ashley was winding us all up. You need to win a leg here. I said I know, but aye.
Yeah, and I've got to talk about the 9-darter. I mean, we promised that was going to be a second 9-darter. I mean, it was a fantastic effort. Your early thoughts on that?
Aye, sorry about that, guys. I felt good. I thought it was going to go, but nah, couldn't quite do what Jared Cole done. But.
And how did you feel on that double 12? Was it just automatic instinct, or did you really feel
I don't know how close it was. Was it close? But, I felt good, but and then I lost a leg. So.
And doesn't that happen so many times as well? But many congratulations. You're going to be a big player tomorrow night. The very best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yep, he is through. Greg Richie, and the man joining him is Mike Warburton, just strutting around the stage like he owns the place. But who will be the winner come Saturday? Well, he couldn't do the 9-darter, Greg Richie, but Jared Cole could. He managed it yesterday. The magical moment did not result in qualification for him. It's been a indifferent Group C campaign from the King of the Castle. He will bow out after this match. It's Warby and Richie that progress. Leonard Gates waiting for the pair of them, and tonight we will find out which 3 players from Group B will go through. Don't forget to join us. 10 p.m. the action gets underway, but 2 more games coming your way this afternoon, starting with this one, and then the Burger Boy, Michael Begoy, will take on the man that I know many of you have tuned in to watch, Ashley Coleman. Paul Hinks gets proceedings underway, and Warburton looking to go through an almost perfect campaign. It wouldn't have felt like that yesterday, when he really did struggle at times, but managed to win 4 out of 5 matches when he goes into Game 5 today,
60.
having won 4 out of 4. Glenn Durrant
95.
has made his way back to the comms box after that chat with Greg, and the way he spoke was the same as the way he played his darts. Very much business-like. He's here for one thing and one thing only, isn't he?
Yeah, he said he was more nervous about the interview than the actual darts, but there's plenty of chatter
100.
sort of backstage. He knew what the situation was. He delivered. I think he was a big player tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
140.
And if Warby can turn it on, then every chance that he will be joining the field at Champions Week. And what a field,
42.
by the way, it's turning into already, Glenn. That Champions Week in Series 7. Already mouth-watering, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's now recognised as the
99.
biggest amateur title that's out there right now. And, you know, the players that are there. And when you look at the next week's players as well, and this week's, it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, Reese Robinson,
99.
Connor
Gallagher
Heenan,
Carr, 167.
Bradley Roos and Neil Duff already through the Champions Week at the end of this series.
55.
I'd like to see Reese Robinson win it just for the interview afterwards.
It has been great value. Incidentally, he's the only player so far in this series, Robinson, who's started later in the week. So every other winner started their campaign in Group A.
Yeah, if you ask a lot of the players, being in a Group B is the ideal. As Jared Cole from nowhere, and I just fancy Jared Cole for this game because it's just so typical at the Modus Super Series. You've got a player who's struggling against a player who's just looked unbeatable. And Jared Cole, we've talked about, he had that sensational game earlier where he demolished Greg Richie.
45.
And I really fancied that Jared Cole was going to put a real performance on here. Mike Warburton, I think whatever happens in this game, I think now he knows his game is still there. It's tough to play up there. Apart from the fact that I would say to Mike, this is an opportunity for 5 wins out of 5.
We did, of course, last night reveal the lineup for next week, and it is very, very tasty indeed.
One Adam, Foxy.
Tom Sykes, Daryl Pilgrim, and Reece Colley are all in Group A. All of them have won weeks here at the Modus Super Series. In Group B, Kurt Parry,
60.
Paul Hogan and Martin Adams. That really jumps out as well. Nick Fulwell making a return. Dave Ladley in action as well. And Damien Mole, having come off the Pro Tour, one to watch as well.
Yeah, I think there's a guy called Jimmy Van Shee as well, and people, I know he's been here at the Super Series, and I think he might be too far away from a real big win as well, but yeah, it's getting stronger and stronger, the Modus Super Series now.
Yeah, the ADC qualifiers in the UK, Matt Cast, who has been here before, as has Stephen Johnson, and I think he played pretty well when he appeared here last time, Stephen Johnson, the Scotsman.
Yeah, he's a good player.
82.
He's a very, very tidy player, is Stephen.
We have got some other big names coming soon. We haven't revealed all of them yet, but it has recently been announced that Bo Greaves will be making her debut at the Modus Super Series.
60.
Everybody's looking forward to that.
100.
Yeah, me included. Well, I said we'd see something special from Jared Cole, just a unlucky bounce up, but that wasn't too far away.
Yeah, straight off the wire, wasn't it?
One Adam, 40. Jared Cole, 40.
For a 2-0 lead, this is where we hold our breath, because this has been the issue for Jared Cole. Spraying them about on the doubles.
Game
Not
shot on the
problem this
second
time,
leg.
right in the top echelon of that double 10 there. No reaction. Doesn't look like we're going to get the dance moves from Mike Warburton for the 5th time today. But for Jared Cole, if he does win this game, he's beat Richie, he's beat Warburton. I think he'll look back at this as a real missed opportunity. He just wasn't in the mix at all, was he?
No, he knows that he's got the game to beat anybody, and you've made that point well.
One Adam, 40.
Over the last couple of days, Glenn, but it's only come out for the odd game. He just hasn't found any level of consistency.
He's the kind of player I'd love to work with, but it's just getting the time and to dedicate it to sort of specific individuals there. But yeah, he's got all the attributes. He's got everything that I look for in the skill set, in the behaviours, the values of the game. He just needs that correct direction now.
You're giving him a free coaching session at the end of the show yesterday. Have you made out an invoice yet?
Don't be like that, Chris.
One Adam,
I have really.
60.
Well, he could still boost his paycheck here. Can get to 10 points, can finish above Ashley Coleman, but it would involve Michael Begoy winning for the only time today in the last match. However, Coleman fell flat in his previous game, 4-0 defeat to Max de Jong.
Yeah, Ashley Coleman's looked like a full tank of petrol, didn't he, yesterday? And I think in that final game he played
105.
against Max de Jong, he looked like he was playing on empty.
Double 18 to cut the gap to a single leg.
Game
And
shot on
the
the
group
third leg,
winner
Mike Warburton.
is still in with a chance of completing a clean sweep
Fourth leg
on
challenges for
Friday.
first, game on. $45.
Yeah, I think my mind goes to tonight now. Really looking forward to that Group B campaign. It was great chatting with David Evans very late last night. Another player who speaks so well with a mic and answered the question very, very frankly and freely. You just sense he's a win away from automatic qualification. But after that, I still think there's a few twists and turns, and mainly around Connor Scott. Very reminiscent of this man. I think for 4 days he's flattered to deceive. He hasn't been at his best. Can he do a Warburton and produce his best on the final session?
125.
I wonder if there is. You spoke about working with Jared Cole potentially in some sort of coaching capacity, but I wonder if there is an equipment issue. He gets a lot of really dramatic deflections, doesn't he, Jared
60.
Cole? Grips his darts really well, but when one hits one in the bed, often it goes and diverts to another number totally.
140.
Yeah, it's that extremely long points as well, doesn't he? But I think he's the type of player who's tried and tested darts as well, and what suits him better. Well, this is your stereotypical dart player in Warburton. It was nearly a beautiful. He's had that 161 already.
Got your car 91.
I may go treble 16. Not going to happen.
39.
At least he's enjoying himself now, playing with a smile on his face, Jared Cole.
Yeah, it's an infectious smile. Double 16 for Warburton.
Game show on the 4th leg.
2-2.
Warburton.
Great day for Mike.
5th leg,
And
Mike.
it could become even better.
Game on.
One more game to come after this. Begoy takes on Coleman, who will be confirmed as 3rd in the table if Warburton wins this match.
59. $85. 100.
Well, Warby has wrestled his way back into this one. It was business-like yesterday from Mike. He's been much better today. There we go. Dramatic deflection, but this time it stays in. And Jared quick to ensure he retrieved that dart before it dropped to the floor.
60.
Yeah, I think when I looked at the fixtures on Thursday morning,
60.
I thought there'd be a lot more impetus on and importance on this game. But it's been a pretty straightforward day for Mike Warburton. Say a couple of wobbles for Greg Richie in the end, but the rightful 2 going through to join Leonard Gates tomorrow night.
100. $136.
Yeah, plenty of tickets sold already. Hope to see you there. Glenn Durrant is skiving off.
100.
Scott Mitchell will be here.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jared Cole.
Yeah, Cole leads 3-2. Yeah, disappointed not to be here. But what?
6th leg. Jared to throw first. Game on.
Primrose Valley, here I come.
Why are you going there to watch a Super Series when you could have watched it here?
Do you know, the funny thing is I will be watching it. Yeah. Just like many of people involved in the Super Series, it seems to be my Saturday night viewing these days, usually from with a beer or two.
60.
It's enjoyable to watch. It's been a really fun finals match we've had in this series. Jared Cole not having much fun in this
24.
group.
I mean, it landed in the treble, didn't it? Had a little bit of a wobble and decided this time to come out.
Soft tip, it would have counted.
$58.
And that's a lovely dart.
Yeah.
123.
It's a puzzle, isn't it, for Jared Cole? Because, like I say, I wish I had that problem. I wish I had the problem of knowing that the game's there and I've got to work on how do I get it on a long period of time. So that's the real positive for Jared Cole. Not only just the 9 darter, at times, like I said, he just looks $1 million.
59.
And whether it's a concentration thing, whether it's a technique thing, it's a puzzle he'll have to work out, but his game is there.
$60.
It's a shake of the head for Warburton, which tells me that he wants the 5 out of 5. I guess you don't want to go into tomorrow night with your last game being a loss, but I think the word we used was focused, animated, concentrated. Maybe that's just gone in this game where he knows he's qualified now. However,
140. Jared, your car 100.
Maybe defeated.
$60. Mike, your car 138.
will he be back? We used to call it the Della. We can now call it the Humphreys, can't we? It was the Grand Prix finish.
So Jared Cole, to give himself a chance
40.
of a third place finish, to defeat Mike Warburton, the group winner for the first time today.
$20. Mike Ricard 40.
The chances go begging, and Warby remains on course for a perfect day if he can hit tops.
Yeah, it's an important dart. He would have the darts in the last leg, remember. He's looked so solid. Double 10 has been his go-to.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Trend continues. The times he's hit after missing tops.
Seventh
Like
and final
there's
leg,
that
Mike,
focus
to
again.
first. Game
Last leg shootout.
We'll do it again, Glenn. Let's try it one more time, because when you started saying that Jared Cole was in a lull when he was missing yesterday, hit a 9 darter.
Let's give it a go.
Take it away. Criticise him.
Right, Jared Cole, you are rubbish. Useless.
Right, social media team, clip that up. No context.
97.
Must be a great feeling, though, to go through a day like this. You know you're playing
59.
5 round-robin matches, to win them all. To be able to walk out of the venue at the end of the day and look at all the opponents, say, I beat every single one of you.
And in addition to that, is not once have I thought Mike Warburton could win it this week until today.
Yeah, and you used the phrase earlier, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
I think we seen it last week with Neil Duff.
43.
And they are 2 of the most experienced in this tournament. Know when to peak, know how to do the opposite to really what we saw from Ashley Coleman. You mentioned that fuel tank.
100.
Drive the car at a steady pace and then put your foot down towards the back end of the week.
Well, he's looked like a well-oiled machine today as Warburton. It's not often you get the opportunity to win 5 out of 5 at the Super Series. That should have been his motivation at the beginning of it.
55. Mike Ricard 120.
Now we can see that checkered flag.
Looking for a way in.
60.
That's okay. Cole on no finish.
But look what is left. We have chatted today. That is the most common finish here. Apart from a single double, of course.
140.
Good set of play from Cole.
Mike Ricard 60.
But Warburton has had one of those special days. Never misses double 10.
40.
Does Jared Cole consider the bullseye? Is he that kind of... No, is the answer. But he does win the match. And the man who produced the perfect leg yesterday ensures that the group winner does not have the perfect day today. Cole, well, I'm not sure about the dance move, Jared. Leave those to Mike Warburton. A 4-3 win for the king of the castle, but it's Warby who is the king of Group C. He goes down 4-3 in his final match, but it does not dampen his spirits or deny him progression. He is through, along with Greg Richie. Jared Cole, with that win, moves into third, but can be removed by Ashley Coleman, who takes on Michael Begoy after the break.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the final game here in the Group C campaign. Yesterday morning, I walked into the venue with such an interest about Ashley Coleman, and I think he's done a sterling job. At times, he's played with real panache. He had that sensational game yesterday with Greg Richie, which will live in the memory at the Modus Super Series, and I think he's done absolutely fine. He is sat in 4th place at the moment, so the motivation for Ashley Coleman in this final game against Michael Begoy, who just hasn't played very well, to put it as simple as that really for him. He's lost all 4 games so far. The motivation for Ashley Coleman is to win this game and get himself up to 3rd place. But Chris Murphy, we invited him. We weren't sure if he was going to settle, if he was going to deal with all the interest in him. But I think it's been a very solid start to his Modus Super Series career.
Yeah, and I do wonder if he's the type of player that might benefit from a full week at the Modus Super Series. Ashley Coleman, he started off really well, tailed off a little bit today, but in truth, it was the 2 matches against the 2 rivals that probably knocked the stuffing out of him.
Well, I go back to 3 darts, actually. He put himself in a tremendous position in that match against Greg Richie, left himself on tops, and that would have been for the match. His opponent sat in 160.
81.
And the moment of the day, Greg Richie pinged that 160. Could have been so different for this man.
Yeah, good point. Could have won that match convincingly, couldn't he?
I still don't think it's going to take the smile off his face. I think he's enjoyed every second.
Yeah, and it's been good to get to know him and Michael Begoy.
134.
Both players have really embraced the opportunity they've been given. And we're going to have some other debutants at the Super Series over the course of the coming weeks. So just keep with us. Make sure you are subscribed to the YouTube channel and following all of our social media accounts for all of the announcements. We've got some big ones to come. Of course, Bo Greaves has just been announced as making her debut.
98. Michael Lucar, 143.
And we've got plenty more big names ready to be revealed.
93.
Left himself 50 after 15. This was the opening game of the Group C campaign. Remember yesterday it was a 4-2 victory for Ashley Coleman.
50.
For a chance for an early lead for the Bedfordshire man.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Just
Michael
exactly.
Begoy.
Double 10 seems to have a magnet in it today.
Second leg Ashley to third first. Game on.
Kind of game where, although neither player's going to go through, both desperate to sign off with the win, I'm sure.
Yeah, the Burger Army have been fantastic this week. I've been chatting with
30.
A lot of them since Monday morning. Most of the Burger Army average
50.
round about the 40 mark, so clearly Michael is the best player out of them all. Pretty dominant in the East of England ADC 58. Qualifiers. But there's nothing wrong with averaging 40, I guess.
$60.
I'm waiting for you to say you should know, Glenn.
No, I wasn't going to be that cruel.
60.
Not in my nature. But I do think it's a fair point to just mention as well that the ADC, they do run tournaments for all, don't they? It's not just players that are aspiring to be at the Super Series. They're sort of middle range events, aren't they? So players who maybe haven't got those aspirations and that high ceiling 60. Can still enjoy playing darts and pick up titles. Because it is an unforgiving sport, darts, isn't it? Been to local tournaments myself when I was just getting into the game, and you end up running into someone who's playing professional. It's not like when you're playing kids football, you get put in the right division, to the right team to suit your ability. Hadn't really happened in darts 59. Until recently.
Ashley Lucar, 160. 70.
He'll stay there.
After your car 90.
It's advantage Coleman. Decisions to make with your opponent on 138. Decisions? What decisions?
Second leg. Ashley Coleman.
Ashley Coleman levels up at 1-1.
Yeah, great finish. Bullseye and
Third leg,
tops.
Michael to throw first.
Two players with great nicknames, by the way. The Prince of Darkness is the moniker that Ashley Coleman goes by. Begoy the Burger Boy. What do you make of those?
Well, it's no dozer, is it? I mean, come on. Well, I used to... do you want to know my first nickname?
Is it clean?
Very. I'm professional.
60.
Go for it.
Well, Glenn Durant. I was always Durant when I was young. It was only me when my dad said, why are people calling you Durant when it's Durant?
Okay.
And my love of boxing, and especially round about the 1970s and 80s, and a guy called Roberto Durant. And so I went through as the Hands of Tungsten. He was the Hands of Stone, remember? Hands of Tungsten, but didn't last very long.
No, I thought you were going to go down the
28
Durant route there.
I never thought of that as well. I could have walked onto the Union of the Snake.
140.
Glenn Le Bon. I think we're onto something here.
And when you played Martin Adams, then that would have been some sort of mini concert, wouldn't it?
97.
Ow!
He is in action next week, and the Wolf is hungry again. As we saw at the World Seniors Champion of Champions
134.
in Blackpool last weekend.
136.
Yeah, I thought Phil Taylor played well in defeat in that game. But Adams is still match sharp, isn't he? 67 is he now?
Yeah, and Phil
42.
Taylor played well. I had the pleasure of sharing the commentary box with him. He's told everyone his story, didn't he, about rooming in Saskatoon with Russ Bray.
Hang on, we're on a double here. We're on a double.
Michael Carr 94.
I know.
Bless.
$36. Ashley Carr 32.
Double 16 for Coleman. Double 8.
Game shown
In
on
it
the third leg.
goes. 2-1 to the Prince of Darkness.
Fourth leg, Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I've just heard a word in my ears there. Like I said, we use the term that he has that sort of Michael Smith-esque. Like I say, he's not an aim aware with a top slinger, isn't he?
He's pretty much instinctive, isn't it? It's all on feel.
Yeah.
140.
And I think those types of players actually are the ones that do need to keep up the practice more than others, because
60.
if you just stop doing that for just a week, you just suddenly lose that muscle memory, that rhythm. Michael Smith, the man you mentioned as an example, up there with the
55.
top practices in the world of darts.
What does muscle memory mean to you?
I remember when I used to have muscles.
38.
Remember, the only muscle that you have, the only memory that you have, is in your brain. It's a confidence thing. People have this
96.
discussion where if you throw at a target enough, that it's coming from the muscles in you, but it's actually coming from the memory of the repetition of throwing at a certain
80.
area. Some days I could just be so confident. I could walk into a tournament and say, who am I going to play in the final? That to me is muscle memory, the confidence of your mind.
Yeah, but
No wonder people call me boring.
They're still doing it, isn't it? Like, it's on a day-to-day basis, just having that routine. So you remember how to throw.
88.
I've heard people say, I've
Michael
forgotten
Carr,
how to throw, and
110.
that kind of backs up your point.
That's then we're going into the realms of the overthinkers. As Begoy looks at 90.
74.
If any of you are watching now and you think technique when you get in there, the game become very, very difficult. Keep it simple.
59. Michael Carr 36.
It's been a very simple leg so far for Michael Begoy. This is for 2-2. Double 9.
28. Ashley car 118.
Well, Ashley Coleman has the chance then to extend his advantage in this game. Great dart. Great darts.
The fourth leg. Ashley
Well, it was an
Coleman.
unorthodox route, but Ashley Coleman has pulled it off and produced a real
Michael to throw first.
showpiece shot to move to 3 legs.
Yeah, he's a great watch. Created some
96.
fantastic interest this week. A great character. Has a lot of the attributes you want to be to get to the very top. He's not someone that's burst
60.
onto the scene, remember. He did play in the World Masters way back in 2017. But this media interest, this work he's been doing, it's certainly working.
59.
And it's he's been a real credit to the Modus Super Series himself and the people around him.
Yeah, plenty more content to come as well involving Ashley Coleman. We have had our cameras going behind the scenes
43.
watching his debut couple of days here, so do stay tuned for that. Make sure you are subscribed. I'm sure also he will reflect with his friend, the darts referee. Check out his channel as well.
140.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. The information you gave me prior to meeting was a big, big help.
100.
Stuff, challenges, trick shots, and some in-depth conversations as well. Then you sat in on that interview, and it was a real pleasure, wasn't it, to spend 20 minutes in the company of such an iconic figure in the game.
131.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it too much, but yeah, I felt, you know, when you're speaking to someone, I just felt throughout
70.
that interview it was
Michael Carr,
the
20.
balance was good. Like I said, it's about Paul Hinks. He'd done the majority of the talking.
Getting shot on the fifth leg.
We're
Michael
talking
Begoy.
here for Michael Begoy. He reduced the deficit to 1. But yeah, it was a
Looks like
great
Ashley to
interview
throw
with Paul
first.
Hinks,
Game
and you know, please watch it.
Out tomorrow. There will be no
83.
tomorrow at the Super Series for either of these players. Just to recap, it has been Mike Warburton and Greg Richie who've made it through from
26.
this group. Will be winning it, and we are going to have a chat with him at the end of this game, so do stay tuned.
140.
We'll hear from Mike on his last couple of days where, well, he's had the same results, Glenn, but you wouldn't say the same performances, would you?
60.
Yeah, it's all about the results in the end, isn't it? But been great getting to know him.
126.
Certainly been great to get to know the Burger Army as well. Still sending messages there. My favourite's been Shelley. She's just kept that chat room just
59.
keeping it on the right level.
52.
She's been a great moderator, actually.
There's a job in it for you, Shelley.
42.
We need to sling a few out of there.
Yeah, that looked a nervy first dart.
97. Ashley Carr 110.
All about this man. 1-1-3 in the previous leg.
Well, he's up to his tricks again.
42.
Doesn't really matter with Begoy not on a finish.
Yeah, 2-5-9. And even though Shelley's got a new job, she's got a
72.
job of just
Ashley Carr,
keeping
68.
Michael positive for the future.
Ash Coleman, plenty to be positive about after a stellar debut showing.
Game, shot,
It will not
and
result in a
Ashley
Saturday
Coleman.
night at the Super Series, but the Prince of Darkness has let his darts do the talking. He misses out by just 2 points in the end, getting 6 wins from his 10 matches on debut here at the Live Lounge. Coleman defeats Begoy in the curtain closer, but it's Greg Richie and Mike Warburton who have made it through, and will be speaking to the group winner Warby after this short break.
Well, Group C is completed here at the Modus Super Series, and Mike Warburton and Greg Richie have made it through. And delighted to say Mike joins us for a little chat. I'm just talking to Glenn in commentary. The same set of results the last 2 days, but how would you sum up the difference in performances?
Much better today. I think, I haven't mentioned it, but I think Glenn knows I've been suffering all week with sciatica in my right leg. But it's settled down today, and you can tell, like, I've been having trouble as I'm following through. I was getting jolts up my leg all the time, and it was causing me dart to go low, and I was trying to adjust. But tonight it's just settled down completely, and I think you can tell, you know, I was back to my normal game.
It's something I've actually admired about you today, because we went back to the house yesterday. I said, did you let them know? And I don't know if you remember your answer, but it was something like, I don't show my weaknesses to no one.
No, I don't.
And I felt a little guilty about sort of highlighting it a lot, but it was something I picked up. I didn't know if it was a strategic decision, that you were just slowing the pace down, and then just something sort of kicked into me. It was like, he's suffering out there, but them 4 wins yesterday could have been and were so important.
Yeah, they were. I won ugly yesterday. I was just glad to get the wins. But it was giving me jip, that leg. It was really annoying me. Like I said, I went back and I was like, to get 4 wins, I was made up.
I think you played it down a little bit, because for me, for 4 days, you did not look like winning Saturday night. Tonight and today, you did. Today, you were very, very good, very solid, and very focused, and in a word that was used on the chat room a lot, very assured.
Yeah, I felt like when I wasn't having to think about that, I just felt like my focus just came in, and I was relaxed, and I just played my own game, and my scoring was there. Like I must have set a record for 60s this week, because it was like annoying me. My darts were dropping low, and then I was trying to adjust, and it'd be going high, 60, 60, 60, and it was just annoying me, and I was getting frustrated. But like I say, today just feels like it's gone. So hopefully, you know, it's just at the right time. So I'm playing well tonight. Now I fancy myself tomorrow.
Well, let's just have a look at the day as a whole. Here are the results from all of the 15 fixtures that we've seen. You got the job done. There were some crucial matches that you knew, probably the 3 of you, Greg and Ashley, at the start of the day. Were you really highlighting those games before the day started?
Not really. I don't really like to think I need to win this one, because it just puts extra pressure on yourself. I just wanted to win every game, and I just went in there to just relax. And as soon as, like I said, I don't want to keep going back to the sciatic thing, but as soon as I knew it wasn't there, it was just like, I was elated. I was just like, come on then, let's have it. And then I thought, I'm not going to get beat today. The last one it's always hard to keep the focus after you know you've won, but up until that last game, I felt like my focus was honed in, and I wasn't missing any trebles, taking good finishes out. I felt like I played really well.
Yeah, we use that word in comms a lot as well, focus. You did it with a game to spare as well. Look, you seem to enjoy it as well. We've just seen the moment that you did make it through. Not only a nice clinical finish, but a nice happy celebration at the end of it as well coming up.
Yeah, well, we all know what that's about, don't we, Henry Deacon?
Here we go.
Naughty dance moves.
Who did it better?
They are not my dance moves, let me just put it that way. But yeah, they're Henry's dance moves, so I've done it. It was in honour of him, but yeah, just having a laugh, innit?
Yeah, good fun.
You've got to stay relaxed and have a laugh.
Absolutely, and tomorrow night it becomes even more about that, doesn't it? Of course, it's about winning, but we've got an audience here. Is that something that you sort of thrive off a little bit more?
Yeah, I like to think so. I'll be coming game face on tomorrow. I fancy it now. Yeah.
He says all the right things, and I believe every word that he says. And he's, like I say, reminds me of the Neil Duff story in the sense that he's one of the most experienced players here at the Modus Super Series now. He knows when to peak. He knows when to put game face on, and I think he's got a really good chance tomorrow night now.
I'll be tough to beat tomorrow.
Well, let's just have a look at the table, the final standings, and you proved tough to beat in this group. As you said, maybe not your greatest day in terms of performances yesterday, still 4 out of 5, repeated that record today. It looks for a long time like Greg Richie might be the player who's going to win this group, Glenn. But Mike, as you said, we even said at the end of yesterday, if he just upped the level again, we could see him going 5 out of 5 today.
Yeah, like I said, it was great to speak with Greg Richie as well. He's really, really impressed me. Great character, because let's be honest with you, this Group C was all about Ashley Coleman. The interest, Mike, behind the scenes has been absolutely unbelievable, unprecedented at times. We didn't see the very best of Jared Cole. We've seen that magnificent 9-darter. Ashley Coleman deserves a big pat on the back. However, the 2 that went under the radar are the 2 that qualified. Greg Richie and Mike Warburton deserve qualifiers.
Yeah, they're the 2 from this group. We've also got Leonard Gates through from Group A as well. There is the group breakdown. So yourself, Greg Richie and Gates through. Did you catch any of Group B? Who are you expecting to be joining you?
David Evans looks good. I was quite surprised where Connor Scott ended up, if I'm honest. Andreas Harrison, maybe. Difficult to choose the third one, to be honest. I'm hoping Connor Scott, because he's my mate, but and also David Evans is my mate, so it'll be tough. It'll be a tough one. I think David Evans is pretty much there, isn't he? But yeah, it'll be tough for the next 2 spots. Be hard to call.
And particularly with the performance from Mike today, Glenn, have we now got a finals night on Saturday where every single player looks really like a potential winner? There are no sort of outsiders so far.
Yeah, the word that keeps popping in is very competitive now. There's no one putting the head above the parapet there, and I think it's one of those competitions where it'll be on the night. Say Mike's doing all the right talking. Leonard Gates is one of those players with flashes of absolute brilliance, so he could come to the fore at any time. So I really enjoyed the performance of Greg Richie. However, when the going got tough, he just sort of went down a little bit, so we'll need to see the performances yesterday. Enjoyed Group B. David Evans hasn't always provided his best on this Saturday night. Is it his turn? Andreas Harrison is just niggling away at me, very much like Mike. I said I was waiting for Mike to turn up. Could it be Andreas Harrison? Connor Scott's the one for me. Very similar to the story of Warburton, I said in the commentary. Are we going to see the best of him tonight?
For yourself, Mike, you're a kind of player, you just mentioned it there, that Greg Richie maybe started to show a few signs of weakness. You're a player who doesn't really give much away. Is that a conscious thing when you're on the hockey?
Not really. That's just my nature, really. I just sort of get my head down and concentrate. It was interesting, like tonight against Greg Richie, his scoring was absolutely amazing, but he couldn't finish against me. I like to think that when the pressure's on, I can ping some nice finishes out and, you know, win games when I'm not expected to, maybe. But we'll see. It'll be interesting. I fancy myself now.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got every reason to do as well. Friends, family, anyone coming along to support you tomorrow?
I don't think so. Maybe. I'll have a chat with the wife. She might come down, but it's a bit far to come, to be honest.
But plenty of support back in Wales, I'm sure.
Definitely,
the big screen, a few pubs and houses around there.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Right, Glenn, just to sum up what we've seen, this has been an incredible group, really, hasn't it? Look, Mike has remained rock solid, he's kept his focus and won the group. Greg Richie, similar as well. We've had that buzz around Coleman, a 9-darter in the group, almost got a second one. What a group this has been.
Yeah, probably the best Group C I've been involved. Something unprecedented for me with this interest in Ashley Coleman. He can hold his head up high, but the right 2 qualified.
Well, thanks for your time today. We'll see you tonight. We'll see you tomorrow night. Well done on qualification.
Thank you very much.
And we hope to see you as well this evening. The action in Group B resumes at 10 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Don't miss it.